Slow news week.
Slow news week. Totally no big happened this week.
Not much
oh
going
man,
on.
I have tons of time to talk about my air conditioner and grinding in 14. Oh
It's
man,
just every once in a
almost
while,
nothing happened.
there's nothing going on, and you just gotta fill for time. So
It's usually in the summer too, when it's just like, nothing going on.
there is zero to talk about.
Haha, that's a good one.
Um,
I get it. You need
okay.
a scientist to get that joke. One that would work in a lab. Yeah, you get it? Because scientists work in labs. Do you understand? Hey,
the kind that research hydrochloroquine,
yeah. What?
hydroxychloroquine.
Okay, I don't.
Okay,
get it.
listen. All right, listen.
I was about to say that we were heading into autumn.
Yeah,
and we
there
should
you
play
go.
some games.
That's one of those things you can do. Listen, man, the Gootec's going off on some crazy COVID shit is not. You forgot that one on the docket. You forgot that on the docket.
That was this week.
You forgot that on the docket.
So long ago.
Gootec's going off on some crazy shit. There is like that's not. Listen, that's not game news. Okay, that's not game news.
Yeah.
That's not.
No,
what I would constitute. That's just some
I would not call that
wacky internet
game
shit. That's a man using his Twitter.
Hey, hold on. I would not call that game news. I would call that Twitch news.
Sure.
As the embodiment of PogChamp.
More like
now
GOPChamp.
Yeah. So stupid. Did you see that
so
I
that's not my
the
joke.
PogChamp controversy?
I did not, but like, listen, I was gonna say.
Look in the chat. If there are those who you are subscribed to my Twitch channel, you can use the new and improved DogChamp that supports vaccines.
Sure. There's that. To me, I'm just saying, I'm like, this is not a game news story. However, the punchline that is went from POG to GOP real quick is fucking. I'm like, all right,
it's pretty funny.
That deserves a mention.
It's pretty funny. Also, more specifically, the fact that Gootec's is crazy is not new. It's new to me, right? But he's been crazy going back at least a couple of years. I saw Buttons posting about it. And he was like, "Oh yeah, look, here's the one where he says being poor is a mindset you just got to work out of." And it's like, "Oh God."
Listen, man, when you see the future, it kind of unmakes you a little bit.
A little bit.
You can't come back from seeing the future and be unchanged.
Yeah.
So
you have to become future blank.
Yeah, and really, you're just covering the eyes that have seen the worst of everything, and it changes you. So, anyway.
I legit thought that was like months ago. We are in a time chamber, man. Like time is fluid.
It's a construct. It's merely a suggestion. It is what it is. Yeah, life comes at you fast, and Broski FGC. That's the credit for that joke. I wanted to make sure. It's been a week. There's a lot happening.
There's been no other controversy in
at
the
all.
FGC this week.
Hey,
not a single one.
Can we just quickly get through our irrelevant shit so that we can talk about?
Yeah, let's.
We
and Billy were talking right before, and I'm like, he's like, there's a lot of news. I'm like, well, my week sucks. Does your week sucks? And he's like, eh. Okay, so who wants to hear about my week? I had a lot of people in my house to look at my house because my house was hot and I was sweaty and I was throwing a tantrum because my air conditioner was broken. Then the AC man came in and was like, "Oh, I've got to do the drain. It's weird." I'm like, "I don't know what that means." And he comes up to my fuse box and he's like, "I got to do your fuse." I'm like, "I don't know what that means." But then he did it all. Now the house is cold and I'm very happy. I also got a foundation guy to take a look at the leak. And then he looked at the thing and went, and then he went outside and looked at the thing and was like, that's not so bad.
Sounds like being a homeowner is exactly what being a homeowner sounds like.
Paige, you know what? This is really great.
I'm sorry.
This is really great.
I fucked up. And and now it's on you.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah, now it's on you. I'm so sorry, dear. Oh boy. I'm sorry.
That's great.
We got. Are we looking at debut dog piss on the podcast?
I have been peed on just now.
Fuck yeah.
Can I please have a paper towel?
Yes, dear. Just give me a second. I'm sorry.
I much prefer.
Yeah, it's the dog. It's not a human.
Yeah,
I prefer this type of passive interruption. Quite frankly, this is what I'm. This is how it works. You know.
So
don't even give the updates. Just occasionally get shat on. And
so this is gonna have like a huge backstory to it that was going to be avoided right up until I got peed on. So I took the dog today around 11:30 so that Paige could go get her nails did. And then I'm like, make sure you're back before the podcast because I have, the dog. And then she's like, oh, idiot, it doesn't take 2 hours to do nails. So she came back in after the start of the podcast, waking the dog up, and dog wake up and pee. So thank you, darling. Thank you for the pee. I appreciate my live pee service. It really, can I get something to wash my hands with too? I got pee on my hands now.
Wow.
Why are you rolling your eyes at me? You basically threw a jar of pee at me live.
Okay, I was gonna be quiet because it's the podcast.
Yeah.
I'm quiet.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Do you want to do this?
Yeah, let's do it. What? Why you throw the pee at me?
I didn't throw the pee.
You threw the pee.
I'm sorry. Would you like hand sanitizer?
Yeah, give me anything. I have pee on my thumb. This is my life now, Wolves.
Well,
Thank you.
This week I played a game.
Yeah, what you do?
Umineko Golden Fantasia, but it looks like your life is the real Golden Fantasia.
It is the real Golden Fantasia. Thank you. You have to wash these after. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. I will now every time. So this is. See, I don't know if this works like this with you, Wolves, but this does not upset me. Because what this means is that the next time I'm like, make sure to be there on time. I get to go, and they're like, oh, of course I'll be there on time.
No, it really wasn't.
Yellow content.
And you know I can't.
Paige, but Paige, you smarmily was like, of course. It's so stupid that you asked me, but pee. On my leg.
Can I just say?
Yeah.
If I may.
That go for it.
Discussion of bodily fluids is one thing.
Yeah, but now bodily fluids have entered the podcast.
Actual spawning of fluids is another step I wasn't quite ready for.
No.
You want to sit in the pee?
There's no pee that I'm sitting in that hasn't already soaked into my body.
So anyway, earlier this week, Punch Mom finally finished Persona 4 The Golden.
Oh, incredible. How perfectly timed.
So there's that.
How gold was it?
Well, not asparagus smelling gold, but it was pretty good. Anyway, how about why
don't you take the week?
Okay, well, listen. It wasn't that busy, but there was a couple of things that occurred. For one, there was and I guess there's a bit of an overlap here, but I played the Fall Guys for the first time. And I thought that okay, all right. The level of, you know what? Never mind. Let's swerve. How about this? I watched a show called The Boys, and that is based on a comic book. And it's based on the Garth Ennis comic book.
Can you excuse me a second?
No problem. Do what you gotta do. This is... Wow.
He's eating the garbage water.
Okay. Should we try this later? What are we doing?
We can try it now.
Do we need 5, 10, 15, 20?
I do not need 5 minutes. No, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so yes.
So you saw The Boys?
I saw The Boys, and of course that was part of the sponsorship to do commentary for the Mortal Kombat 11 Somebody's versus Nobody's tournament. And
wait, really?
Yes, it's the tournament.
How does that work exactly?
The MK11 tournament is sponsored by The Boys Season 2, and the whole premise of the tournament was a 128-man bracket eventually goes down to top 8, and then the top 8 get into a kumite with Sonic Fox. So
okay.
All 8 have to fight Sonic Fox, and then they get a prize. They get $1,000 for getting into top 8, and then they get an extra $250 if they can beat Sonic Fox. And
so how'd they do?
Well, that didn't happen yet, so that happens tomorrow. Yesterday was just deciding the top 8. And the premise of that is basically because The Boys is about, it's a comic like I read back in college, and then it's gotten adapted into a series now. And the idea is, what if superheroes were real, right? But what the problem is that people are fucking dicks and assholes, and celebrities especially can be humongous pieces of shit.
Yeah, well, what if Superman was a real person that had infinite power and no responsibility?
Exactly. So they're garbage.
Piece of shit.
Exactly. So you have your Justice League of complete scum who have giant social media followings, and anytime they do something fucked up, there's a massive corporate cover-up to make sure that they don't damage the brand.
I believe like the fucking the catalyzing event is that their equivalent of the Flash just like runs through a lady and just explodes her.
Exactly. So the first pages of the comic and the first moments of the show are literally there's a couple just hanging out, and their speedster just runs through a person, and then they're like, well, it happens anyway, and then the dude's just like, what the fuck?
Well, but my girl, she's missed now,
and so it's one of those things. And then you got to take the story from there. Obviously, a bunch of people are not happy with your superhero league, and I think it's interesting because it took this long to adapt into a show, while the comic was around like some 18 years ago or so. Maybe.
Oh, I thought it was like new.
No, I read this in college. I read the comic like right around the time I met you back in those days, and I remember that at the time everyone was kind of aware. Comic readers obviously were very well aware of what caped superheroes were, so the sort of like parody and takedown of that was like it was understood by its audience at the time. But I think the timing.
Okay, so this predates something like Injustice by decades.
Of course, yeah, and so now that we're in a post MCU world, there's like literally the first couple seconds you see like a parody Marvel MCU kind of intro, and it kind of has the same kind of music swelling theme playing, and you're like, okay, now that everybody has seen MCU movies, they get this joke, It was basically a
weird.
Yeah, it was one of those things where like that show would not have landed as well if the MCU hadn't come and gone and become such a big thing. So the timing of it now makes a lot of sense because you don't have to explain like a lot of these characters or what the deal is and whatnot. Like,
no, that's the fast one. That's the Fish Man.
There's the Wonder Woman. There's your Fish Man, exactly. And for the most part, from what I remember, they do a pretty good job adapting it and kind of staying true to the tone and what's going on. Keep in mind, of course, this is Garth Ennis, so it's edgy, and it's unquestionably edgy. It's unapologetically edgy, and
I've seen some edgy clips.
Yeah, it goes edge. It definitely goes edge, and the books went edge. And if anything, I would say the show kind of takes a couple of moments and like almost de-edges them a little bit.
Really?
In some cases, like I remember there's another like first issue kind of moment is, hey, new girl, welcome to the Justice League equivalent, right? Welcome to the 7. Yeah, let me show you the ropes around here. All right, check it out. This is the cool room. This is where all the heroes are. Now I'm going to drop my pants and you're going to, show me how much you want to be a part of the Justice League, essentially.
Right.
And then
that would be one of the edge clips that I saw.
So, and it just kind of cuts from there with a big old what the fuck is happening, right? And like the show would then, instead of cutting right there, has a bit of a moment afterwards of the new girl in question being like, "Are you fucking crazy? I'll kill you," and then like and adding a bit of a reaction to it. So it just kind of, instead of cutting away from that moment directly, there's more of a like a resistance and build up to what it is in a way. So it kind of like adds that to the scene. And there's other things where I feel like, again, I don't remember specific instances because it's been so long, but like I feel like it generally does a pretty good job, you know, again, keeping to the events that unfold. The Superman equivalent, of course, which, you know, I feel like the Superman equivalent is he's Homelander is the Superman you have in your head.
No, it's not the Superman that I have in my head. It's actually the one thing that I liked about Batman versus Superman, which is it's not the Superman that I think there is, but it is the Superman that could be.
It's definitely
if he felt
that.
like it. If he just felt like it.
And that actually kind of comes up in a way where there's like a bit of you know, a part of this where they're like, okay, for those who are aware how humongously insane these assholes are, what do you feel about it? And it's like, well, there are those who are like, no, cover it up, keep the public happy. And then there are those who are like, if this person gets upset and turns on us, what the fuck are we supposed to do about it? So
yeah, he can take us all out.
Shut up and keep him happy, you know? So you kind of have that discussion occurring as well. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. 8 episodes, an hour each. Pretty quick binge, all in all. And
when you say an hour, is it a real hour or is it like a 42-minute?
A real hour.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, 54, 55, 56 in some cases. Sometimes a little bit over. There was one that was definitely like 105. But anyway, yeah, it ended up being pretty solid opening season, and it went past. I didn't finish the comic series. I read the first, I want to say, couple volumes or issues. I did, again, over 20 years ago, but I definitely watched past the point that I read to. And something I thought was pretty interesting is the original character in the comics was basically a Simon Pegg stand-in. It was just like, yo, we drew Simon Pegg as the main guy, and he's the dude whose girlfriend gets popped, you know? And and obviously, since this is so many years later, Simon Pegg can't possibly do this job or this role. He's way too old now. But he is cast in the show as the main character's dad. So that was a nice little like homage to what was intended. I kind of thought that was great. It was like, hey, they still got him in there, but he's way too aged. You know,
It reminds me of Sam Jackson complaining about Django.
Okay. About the fact
you
that
remember
he's too old to be Django?
Yeah, he talked in an interview about how Tarantino was like, you got to be in my movie. And he's like, man, if this movie had been made 15 years ago, I would have been fucking Django. But instead, I got to play this fucking, like, complicit, like, slave master asshole. He seemed like really, like, genuinely bitter that he had gotten old.
So what it reminds me of, another version of that, is Donald Glover in Spider-Man. Like, Miles Morales looks like Donald Glover in his first appearances, and everyone's like, oh shit, are we doing this? And it's like, nah, he's too old now. We've waited too long. But
just slightly too old.
But he can be the uncle in Homecoming, you know? So he gets in there in a, like, referential way, but he's still attached to it, because obviously the intended casting is just, it was meant for the time that it was made. And now that this took a while to happen, the person's aged out of the role, you know? But that's still a cool aspect to it. And, yeah. All in all, like, You know, it was one of those things where I'm like, okay, I'll like this. The whole deal. The deal is to promote the second season. Is that's what the sponsorship is about. But I'm like, yeah, this is a comic I remember enjoying. So like, let me check this adaptation out. I heard good things about it, and I was like, yeah, okay, good job. You know, definitely want to see where season 2 goes, and it's, you know, it's got its moments. It's got its stuff where it's like we're like, again, the edginess also involves like, we're taking the piss out of the Justice League, and just in some cases we're taking the like, sometimes it's taking the piss out of them, and sometimes it's dropping trow and just dumping all over what they're supposed to be. And
I can appreciate that.
The Aquaman / Namor equivalent, the water boy in this show, is just a punching bag. Like, it is.
What's his name?
The Deep. He is basically, so he's the guy that drops his pants in the first part, the first couple, the first episode, and just spends the rest of the season just,
oh wow, this guy looks
shit.
like an asshole.
And they're like, yep, that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna make him eat shit for the rest of this, you know. Yeah, I think the way I described it during commentary was, there are some actions that are so unsafe on block that they take 7.5 hours to recover from, and this would be one of them, because that's exactly 8 episodes there. But yeah, that's The Boys. Check it out. You know. Not much else to say without obviously spoiler territory, but it's an old ass story. And I want to go flip through the comics again just a little bit to remind myself what was going on.
Are the comics done?
Yeah, years ago for sure.
Okay.
And in some cases,
so there's no grim situation here.
No, I don't think so. But I'm pretty sure they finished off. And the guy who plays Billy Butcher, the other secondary protagonist, is way better. I'd say way better cast in the show than in the original comic, as a square jaw, buff dude. But yeah, that's The Boys. Beyond that, MK11 commentary, had a good time. Me and Reggie just sat down, watched as that happened yesterday, and catching up on that game. It's pretty cool, man. That's a game where like they're like, yo, we're not. I think Ed Boon said we're not even close to done with content for this.
Really?
Game. Yeah. So straight up,
how many? Haven't they done like 3 seasons?
3 seasons. Aftermath happened. They brought out RoboCop. They brought out Spawn. They brought out Shang Tsung and
Jesus Christ,
just, you know, Shiva and Joker. You know, lots and lots of stuff. And yeah, they're like, yeah, we're not. There's more coming apparently. So cool. They got a good thing going. You know, I say why not? By all means, let the people who are enjoying it enjoy it. And it's also a healthy quarantine game because it's got rollback, so the net play is good. People have been playing fine together, and that's one of those games where the community is it's happy, you know. So yeah, MK is cool.
I wish I liked that game better because the support behind it has been incredible.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I learned to love it based on the characters that I dig, you know. Kodal, Noob Saibot, and Geras, I think are pretty rad, and I'm like, yeah, let's spend some time with them.
Geras the time guy?
Geras is time Michael Clark Duncan.
Okay.
You know, and then Joker's in there, and he's got a move where he lunges at you with a crowbar, and it's called Bird Boy Beatdown.
Okay.
So they're having fun with it. Anyway, beyond that, I also played The Fall Guys for the first time this week.
Oh, that was your first time?
That was my first time touching the game.
How do you like that shit?
I thought it was pretty fun, and I think it makes sense why this game is blowing up. I think it's going to be here, and the length of its stay is determined entirely by how often they drop new shit. into the game.
Yeah, I think that's what I said last week or the week before. It's just like you play it for like 5 hours. You're like, I've seen every map multiple times. I need 10 more. I need 10 more right now.
Yeah. And I feel like the fact that everyone is similarly like gimped in their ability to move, and it feels like the characters you're playing in the Fall Guys can barely stand up to begin with. It feels like
they're weird.
It feels like you're a toddler taking their first steps for the whole game. That's how I feel like the way they're running is just toddler about to fall but not falling.
Yeah, the way that they tip over with even the slightest nudge,
nothing,
or incline.
Mm-hmm. And then there's the fact that it's also a game that's made to just fuck you over on luck. So like skill will let you do some sick things, like use the spinning clock hands to knock yourself way further ahead, use crazy physics to do amazing things, and I've seen some clips of that on Twitter. But you are definitely not meant to overcome the overall luck factor, you know?
Yeah, it's like you look at a map like Seesaws, and depending on who's in front of you at what rate, like you just can't move forward at all if they're all on the other side.
I think one of the most exemplary moments was having a run where I started on the front line, so I'm like, okay, and I ran through the doors. It was the teeth doors, and I got the right door every single time except for the second to last one. And then when that happens and the true door is the furthest on the other end, it's like you make it over
Watch
there. Watch
everyone go past.
And the funnel just knocks you over like 8 times, and you're just like, yeah, that's right. That's what's supposed to happen. That is correct.
The one that has gotten me the most times is the one with the fake platforms and the real platforms.
Yep.
Where I almost invariably somebody knocks me over with like 2 squares to go.
Totally.
And then it's just like, oh, I'm done.
But here's the question.
I did love the creation of one Wooly John's Madden.
Indeed.
As a term. I think that is a hilarious term.
Well,
and Fall Guys is the saltiest shit in the world.
It is. But the funny part about Wooly John's Madden is that Johns imply an excuse as to why you lost, whereas I'm saying that I'm saying I should be losing for a while until I figure this shit out. Like I'm taking it as we should all be losing to people who know better and how to and know how to play properly, because it's the first time I'm touching the game, you know. So that's each time. So like learning about the game, like I remember that. So that one you just described, for example, it was like, okay, so you run over the platforms, and you're like, okay, we can either play this 2 ways. We can just try to take our guesses, or we can follow the others, right? And it's like, okay, following the others helps, but there's a certain point where you're like, but you can't just wait the whole time. It's like you can, but if no one's taking the chances, they're not. You know, you have a little bit of a, should I take the next step or should I just wait for someone else to do it? And I ended up on a game where we were all like 2 blocks away from the finish, but no one wanted to take a leap of faith. So it was just a weird bumble of everybody standing together, and now we're just getting pushed off of the single tile in a way, you know. And I was like,
worst.
Oh, yeah, and I'm like, okay, eventually someone's gonna get bullied into trying out the next tile, you know. But yeah, it was.
If you ever get like 1 tile away, then you can leap it,
but not 2, only 1.
No.
Yeah, so that's what it was, you know. So yeah, I'm just looking at this as like, okay, like you get hit with that fan, you get rocked, the timing it takes to run back up to try it again, you're gonna get rocked forever, as you must have witnessed.
Yes. I've witnessed. Oh, I've witnessed. There's the Amber clip where she's trying the doors. There's the Page clip where with the windmills. I personally have gotten on windmills ping-ponged between the different goddamn like not the windmills themselves, but the floor spinners, I guess you would call them. I don't like the long bars that float around. You can get knocked off one into another, back to the original, and back and forth.
So yeah, that type of shit is ridiculous. Of course, we talked about the falling all the way to the bottom and then just in the final platforms one, falling all the way to the hexagons that are like on the last layer and clearing that out while everybody fights above, you know.
Yeah, I was talking to Plague about that, and he basically explained to me that there's 2 ways to win that. Either do the top all the way down as best you can, or do the bottom as fast as you can, and just hope that everybody else fucks up at a speed that makes you win.
But yeah, I see it as like coming into it, especially with like Reggie and Min sitting there, just like we were talking about the expectation of jumping into like anything like this with a pseudo battle royale system and expecting to win, and like it's like that shouldn't even remotely be in your brain, like that's not like you can maybe
survive. That's why elimination is the criteria and not victory.
I think the tail grabbing ones are my fucking nightmare. Those are the bane of my existence. I feel like both versions of that are just like I'm having a hard time clicking with it. And the what was the other one I saw? There was the jump through the hoops one. I thought that was pretty sick. Jump through the hoops.
Yeah, hoops is really good. It's probably the best of the team games because most of the team games just seem awful.
But
the one with the eggs is just the shittiest ever.
Oh yeah. The egg blockers. That seemed pretty. Yeah. There was also, I watched the game of like the soccer balls, but not soccer, but push your ball down a track, and then at the end you can just go hold other people's ball from going in. But you know, all that to say though, like you got to go through these and kind of figure out what's happening, and then eventually discover like what you can and cannot do before you even stand a chance at outlasting, I think, you know. So like someone just shouted that you can totally jump 2 blocks, which I'm like, oh fuck, news to me. The perfect example of not knowing something, and unless that person's wrong, now I want to go try that too. Now I want to go test it, you know. So this is exactly what I mean, is like that's knowledge that allows you to win more often, increases your chances. Fuck you, like you have not having that initially is going to be a lot harder than if you do have that piece of information, you know.
There's paths during windmills that you can walk where the windmills can't hit you.
Perfect.
You know the middle, with the super fast windmill. So if you go on the far left edge, so that your left foot is like kind of off the platform, even if the windmill hits you, it will hit you straight down.
Okay.
Instead of to the right.
Yeah. I saw there was one where you had to snake up a platform, and like the person in the clip was like jumping up instead of like fully doing the
slime climb. Yeah, that one's really crazy.
They were jumping up the platforms instead of snaking, you know, and just I'm like, okay, so there's ways, you know. But yeah, shout out to this game for coming out and knowing right away that it's going to be popular, and so they have a battle pass system in place and a rotating store, because it's like that's the type of shit you put in when you have a lot of people playing your game. But they obviously the server crashes indicate that they were not capable of handling the amount of people that they got.
Well, that and the fake ass names that everybody has now.
That too as well. I got a super used a bathroom.
Okay.
You want to mumble for a little bit, and
I'll mumble for a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to my Mumblecast. I think we should kill Superman. I think I should get a big gun and shoot Superman until he is dead. That works for me. What the hell I go on? I'm playing what the fuck did I play anything of note this week? I can't even. I'm at the point in my life where I have to go look at my fucking VOD schedule in order to see what the hell I was doing. Went through RE7 again. RE7's fucking great. Shocker. I'm gonna be playing fucking Control this week. I'm not gonna be playing Heart of Demos. I don't really care about Heart of Demos at all. But I'm gonna go back to Control for Foundation and Awe. And all I can think of is how I didn't play Alan Wake's American Nightmare, and how I totally should have played Alan Wake's American Nightmare. People are. Audio listeners, people in the chat are screaming at me for Mortal Shell. I think that game looks terrible. Like, maybe I'm crazy. Let's go look at Mortal Shell. Let's go look at a video of Mortal Shell. I'm just gonna go look at it. I don't know. I don't get it. Aside from that, it's nice being in a cold house again.
Doesn't that story all connect in a linear fashion?
What story?
Control, Alan Wake.
Oh yeah, it goes Alan
DLC.
Wake, Alan Wake's American Nightmare, Control DLC, Control DLC.
Yeah, okay.
Because you find out that in Control that you play Control, right?
I started it, but like obviously it's Alan Wake's thing is an object of power.
Yeah, it's just straight up, and that there is they're called AWEs, Altered World Events, and there was a big ass Altered World event down in whatever town he was in. That was absolutely enormous.
It was thrown in like one of the early logs talks about that. Yeah. So don't worry about spoilers.
Oh yeah, there was a really bad one with some writer out there. Oh, it was crazy.
It's a pretty early thing.
I'm kind of shocked they didn't do the one. They didn't like rope Quantum Break in there, but then I'm like, they probably couldn't. There's probably like a bizarre ownership thing with that.
I feel like the right thing to do would be to hint at it without a direct connection because of legal.
Yeah.
Don't fuck yourself over by drawing a link you cannot actually expound upon. So. Anyway. So yeah, right? Weeks. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? If you want to check out my stream, go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. I'm streaming Control and some more Resident Evil this week.
If you want to check
Nothing
out
crazy.
What we've got going on, Wooly Versus. You got Wooly Versus on YouTube, Wooly Versus on Twitch. Going to be continuing with Mario Thousand Year Door. Going to be playing something on Get Into Fighting Games. I'm still deciding, but I have at least some ideas set up. Fightcade is definitely a thing that I got going that we can do. Plus, our last two fighting games, we played Umineko and Breaker's Revenge. We were able to successfully play through Parsec. So anybody with a controller can just connect and play against us in fighting games, even if you don't own the game. So that's a pretty cool situation. I'm glad it works out. So we're gonna be continuing that for the foreseeable future. Whenever there's a game that like could use Parsec to benefit from the setup. Also, at the end of the Mortal Kombat stream, just in case anybody was confused as to what I was talking about, I think because this was sponsored, there was a list of priority like people that were going to get like promoted Twitch wise, and I had no idea, but I think
as is always the case,
being a rebroadcaster, once the official Evil Geniuses stream went down, they kind of went, yo, let's put Wooly Versus's stream on the front page. I've never been on the front page, so that's nice.
Congratulations, by the way.
Honored for that to happen. Oh yeah, hey, it's a big honor. Really glad that went down. And what better way than for that to happen while my stream is ending and we are closing out with my obnoxiously long outro, which has only grown in length.
Now?
It is now probably 8 minutes.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
I would have to guess maybe longer, but that's where I think it is. And as they drop this on the front page, a good old heaping of Bible black, followed by some boo.
That's
good. And everything, including Namco X Capcom, all of it just pushed for the world to see. All of it. And I think people left shortly after that.
Oh yeah?
They didn't hang around for the the programming. And then eventually, hey, we went offline and Twitch switched over to someone else. But this is what happens. You join, you put my channel on the fucking front page, and you get what you deserve. And 10,000 people were forced to see Bible Black that night. So we did it.
If I were to ever be front page, I would likely like not even be on camera and be like in the kitchen crying about something.
Yeah, no, this is what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't That's not true. I would have it every other way. But
yeah.
That's not the world we live in. We live in a world where this is how it has to happen to me, and this is my life, so this is how I'm going to take it. 10 out of 10, you know? Anyway, that's Wooly Versus on Twitch, so enjoy. All right, listen. So news then.
Hey, it's news time.
Wait, let's just get the sponsors done too, actually.
Oh, we got to do that too, yeah. Hey.
Yeah, because we did some fast
our beloved sponsors.
Absolutely. So this week, shout-outs to our sponsor, Raycon.
Hey, Raycon.
Hooking everybody up with the wireless earbuds they need.
Raycon good, wires bad.
That's it. Wires go away. No more wires.
Get out of my face, wires.
You ever wake up and then you're just covered in wires?
Yes.
It's terrible.
It's like the Matrix.
It's really just awful. That world needs to go away. Wires need to stop. And then you try to live your life. You try to open your fridge, but then wires are holding the fridge shut. And then they're wrapped around your feet. And you're like, what the fuck is this? Right? Enough of this world. Raycon. They make wireless earbuds, and they're pretty high quality. You should be checking them out. Live a wireless free life. Bluetooth. That's the way to do it, guys. So the thing about these wireless earbuds, of course, is that the Raycon earbuds, they start at half the price of other premium wireless earbuds on the market. They sound just as amazing as other top audio brands, you know. And the everyday E25 earbuds, the newest model, are their best ones yet. 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, compact design, and a nice noise isolating fit. I've seen actually lots of people over the last couple months being like, yo, these are pretty good. Thanks for the recommend. And I'm like, that's great. You help out the podcast.
I see people listening to this podcast right now with Raycons.
There you go. You know, it's you help out the podcast, and it's a sponsor that has a good product that works. And I'm like, that's good. That's what you want to see, you know, when it all comes together. Never mind the fact that, you know, we're going to be letting you know about the quality of these earbuds, or the fact that this company was made by celebrities like Ray J and Snoop Dogg and Cardi B of WAP fame. Now you can listen to WAP in your everyday E25
in the comfort of your own ears.
That's correct.
Wireless
ass.
You know what?
What podcasts? That's what.
Yeah, there it is.
Wireless ass podcasts.
Podcast. There it is.
That's what we're doing today.
We did it. You did it. Actually, I didn't help in that at all.
I'm a fan of that, and you too can get in on the action. How, you ask? It's really simple. Now's the time. You get the latest and greatest from Raycon. You can get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/superbeast. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast for 15% off your Raycon wireless earbuds. Once again, buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thank you, Raycon.
The podcast is also sponsored by Manscaped, and if I have to tell you, I don't know what else I can say, but your balls are awful.
They're pretty bad.
Right now, I promise you they're bad.
Yeah.
You don't have to...
They may or may not have pee on them from you or other sources.
You don't have to get a second opinion on this. They're not great. They don't have to be, but if you want to step it up, I suggest you get Manscaped in your life. Shave those balls with the Manscaped Lawnmower 3.0, premium electric trimmer. It gives you that boost. It gives you that right feeling. And, you take care of the jungle that needs to be cut through.
Hey, league players, you'll get more points if you jungle your balls.
Jungle your balls. And by jungling, I mean, clean them up. Because they're
clean them up.
Clean them up. They're the jungling.
Make sure there are no ads around the ball jungle.
Because jungling is the act of going into an existing jungle and cleaning it up, right?
That's right, yes.
Yes, okay, good. Making sure that we're on the same page here.
Don't feed your jungling.
Are your balls top and fed?
Sure.
That's the opposite of
No, it's not
okay. It's a different lane.
We've gone to different places here.
I don't know what's going on. But what I do know is that the Lawnmower 3.0 is waterproof, has an LED light so you can manscape in the shower, even if you're taking a dark shower. Remember those?
What do you mean remember?
Okay, so dark showers can now be
Continue.
Improved with the LED light on your Manscaped Lawnmower 3.0. It's great. They got the Shears 2.0. It's a 4-piece nail kit. Lots of luxury tools there. Tweezers, round point scissors, fingernail clippers, all of it. And, of course, the Crop Reviver and Testy Toner. That's like a cologne for your balls. And listen, I'm going to personally testify and say that the Crop Preserver does its job. It's pretty good. All in all, I'm satisfied with the preservation of my crop. I suggest you get your crop preserved too, and revived with ball deodorant. So, yeah. Listeners of this show can get 20% off plus free shipping with the code SUPERBEAST at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code SUPERBEAST. You know, do it. Get yourself taken care of, and smell good. I have testimonials as to the the crop preserver doing its job. Yeah. We can get some live testimonials.
Is the best testimonial just less bad?
Yeah. Yeah, that's that. You know? So anyway, testimonials. Huh?
Oh, shut up. Shut up. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's the best.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by Babbel. Language learning. You want to do it. You've always envisioned what life would be like if you could walk up to somebody in another language and just be like, yo, I know exactly what you're saying. What's up? And then they all look at you and they go, oh my God.
It's quite possible that I'd be able to find more people to help me kill Superman.
Well, there's that.
I'm limited.
But all in all, there's some YouTube videos out there where people are shocking the world with their ability to speak languages and you know that you wouldn't assume that they speak. And it's a pretty cool reaction, you know, to watch an old lady kind of be like, "What? Wow, your pronunciation is amazing. How'd you do that? How'd you do that?" You know, those are some fun vids. One of the ways you can do this is with Babbel. Learning a language, simple and easy, with a language skill course that you can take to learn real-world conversations and get everyday practical words, phrases, and statements that you will actually use. There's daily lessons, 10 to 15 minutes, and they start teaching you words and phrases, and then they gradually get more complex. So soon you're practicing short conversations, and what better way to get into a language than to have conversational lessons. So there's over 100 language experts powering each lesson, and yeah, they've been proven scientifically effective across multiple studies. They've got speech recognition tech to improve your pronunciation and accent. So with Babbel, you can choose 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. And it's available as an app or online, so your progress will be synced across all devices. So right now, when you purchase a 3-month subscription, Babbel will give our listeners 3 additional months for free with promo code CASTLE That's 3 additional months free if you go to babbel.com and use promo code CASTLE for your 3-month subscription. BABBEL.com, promo code CASTLE. Thank you.
Thank you, Babbel.
Okay, so
what's new in the world this week? Nothing, right? That's what we said.
I mean, guns blazing. In particular, peacock guns. Pew pew pew.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. Hey, so dude, like the Mike Z
Skullgirls
situation.
Launch party has been temporarily moved.
The launch party situation, as it stands, is that Autumn Games owns the IP for Skullgirls, and the folks working on the mobile game Hidden Variable are going to continue doing so. But let's take it from the top. We've talked about how Mike Z has been in the news. The first week was based on some creepy interactions. The second week was based on the stream.
Incredibly poorly timed racist jokes.
Joke didn't land. And third, and most recently, is just a whole lot of legal awfulness that we're hearing about. And it's such a bummer because basically you're watching as multiple people that are instrumental to Skullgirls and to Lab Zero are just like, I can't be a part of this company anymore. So
yeah,
that's rough because we've been following the story of this game, you know, since fucking God, like 10, 15, maybe over 10 years now for sure.
So I spoke with some folks in or around the Skullgirl / Lab Zero situation, and I would like to specifically rebut. I'm seeing some folks saying like Mike Z didn't do anything wrong aside from a bad joke and yada yada. People don't quit your company en masse to get away from a boss if they just tell a bad joke every now and then. They do so because they're an asshole. And everyone hates working with them.
I think like that's one of those stances you can take as you are in the dark on how the details of these things come out. And when there's more and more to read through, it gets more and more damning, and I feel like the one from Kinuko was like probably the roughest.
So I've they're all pretty bad. The one that stuck out to me was basically everybody had long histories with Mike Z and was like, he's bad sometimes, but he's an okay guy. But then after the 2 big newsworthy events occurred, everybody started swapping stories and came to the conclusion of like, oh, this dude's just an asshole 24/7 to every single person in this office.
The pattern, so to speak, kind of started to come together, and people started kind of putting together a larger narrative and figuring out what's going on. So behind the scenes, though, according to again, I didn't get to the point of it, but Kinuko, Persona, and EU03 have left Lab Zero, and that is the art director, as well as artists on the team, and animator. So like basically the people that have more or less made Skullgirls what it looks like, you know. And Alex Ahad left earlier as well, actually. So that was a big part of this as well, when people were like, hey, like they're kind of saying like, hey, Skullgirls was something not made by one person. It wasn't just Mike Z. There was a whole lot of people here involved on it. So they all left. And what we can kind of see is that after earlier this year, there was a switch over so that Mike Z was the 100% owner of Lab Zero Games, and then this was the start of a process. Like once he got that, it was then going to begin a process by which the company was co-owned by all the employees, and they were going to do a shared ownership situation where every employee then reaps the benefits of the work they do. So basically, like, they split whatever profits.
I had no idea that the shared ownership thing was coming in.
Yeah, well, it wasn't public news, right? It was like, from what we understand is it was revealed when these announcements came out that he got 100% ownership, and then that was the first step of a process by which they were going to have a profit share situation for the employees of Lab Zero. Of course, when the news stories we just mentioned popped up, things got a lot worse, and they basically started discussing where to go from there and how to finish this process. And according to the resignation letters from the employees I mentioned, things more or less grind to a halt because there was a point at which Mike was then going to leave, and then they were discussing the terms by which he would leave. And
he's like, give me all the money. I want all the money to leave.
And they said that it was not a reasonable request that they could actually follow through on. Like, whatever we don't know what the details of the discussion were, but whatever they were, the remaining employees of Lab Zero felt that it was unfair and unreasonable.
We don't want to give you all the money, Mike. We're trying to get rid of you.
So then negotiations kind of broke down, and Mike kind of vetoed the situation and said, okay, well, I'm taking over as the sole owner. And, as the sole owner of the company, he kind of does have 100% control. And then there was a second attempt at negotiations, but at that point, everyone was so upset at that initial
it went about as well as you would expect.
Veto and, sort of like power move, that everyone just kind of said, okay, fuck this. And as it stands, people are just kind of like, okay, we're walking away from the company. So right now, it has definitely, it's escalated to the point that these major figures, like I said, Kinuko, the art director, and Persona, the animation animator on Skullgirls, and EU03, an artist on Skullgirls, all just basically said, we're out. And then the mobile game staff, Hidden Variable, and Autumn Games released a joint statement specifying that despite what's going on with Lab Zero legally as a company, Skullgirls as an IP is owned by Autumn Games, and Hidden Variable is working on Skullgirls mobile content entirely, and they're making the character for the release in Second Encore for 2021, as we talked about last week. And essentially that they're going to keep working with their teams on more Skullgirls stuff, but going forward they won't be working with Lab Zero. So the plan is to basically circumvent Lab Zero and what's going on with Mike Z as much as possible by distancing Skullgirls as a brand from him. And meanwhile, on the community side of things, obviously Sharpie, someone who's a huge part of that community, and who I did an episode of Get Into Fighting Games with, came out and said, community wise, he's not welcome to really participate in these events and do commentary and such. And Sonic Fox, also an outspoken person who was someone who, like, in the spotlight, they had to kind of initially speak out on behalf of and sort of defend Mike initially, but then they also were having very public conversations going, let's talk privately, let's figure out what's going on here. And then I think after this third time, right, the third strike, so to speak, Sonic Fox basically was saying, like, then the story here that we were lied to about the type of person he is something that I can't really deny. So then they said, this is pretty much it, that's a wrap. So Skullgirls, one of those things that is just forever cursed with,
I don't like Mike Z,
this blight of a situation ongoing, and just when you think you can fucking let it just let it play out and let people play the game that's good, you know. Yay, look, new characters coming, that's awesome. Oh fuck, you know. It hurts, man. When there's so much going on where you're just like, at the core, this is just a fucking great game that the team that worked on this doesn't deserve to have like so much time that they've put into, and so everything going on, and besides all the shit they've worked on. I mean, every team works on a game and puts what they can into it, but I'm definitely, you know, someone who fucking loves these games, and you know, like Indivisible is also absolutely going to be hit by this, you know, and that's a game that, like, I definitely know that, you know, it didn't land anywhere near as successful as Skullgirls did. But
one of the things about Indivisible is
that
it's already kind of wrapped up in this. What with the way it got released on Kickstarter, like bam.
And then publishing wise, and I think that's why Alex, like, the part of the reason why Alex left had to do more with the way Indivisible kind of came out without them getting a heads up on, like, you know, the from the publishing and stuff like that, like a weird huge conflict going on there. So there was other messes involved, and I'm definitely someone who enjoyed Indivisible more than most people, but I will say that either way, however you feel about it, like, these are games that, like, right now they're just a bittersweet thing to anybody who worked on them. And you know, I really do hope that, like, that team can, who knows, it's too soon to say anything about whatever they're going to move on to and whatever they're going to work on.
I mean, you know, from the point of view of like a fan of the game, like, the game is actually just attached to, I guess the easiest way to say it would be not Mike Z. It's attached to, I don't know why Autumn Games owns it, but I guess they do. But okay, so and the people that I spoke to is like, more people are gonna quit, and I just foresee a situation as Mike holds on to his ball and says that his ball will always be his. Lab Zero will basically disintegrate entirely and just reform into, I'm gonna guess, Lab 1 minus Z.
Well, that's the thing, is you can't really expect this type of plan to work out, of like, I'm gonna hold the name, and then everyone involved is like, okay, well, I think we can just leave, you know. But there's other employees besides the ones we listed, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But
every single day there's like
ones.
2 or 3 more.
And
at some point the studio becomes like, there's not enough people to run it.
Well, Lab Zero is already a second iteration of what was originally Reverge.
Yeah.
You know, there was a name prior to that, so this is a little bit of a Seeds, Clover, Platinum situation.
Kind of, yeah.
But one would hope.
What if Kamiya ended up being a huge asshole? Oh well.
Well, if that is a parallel narrative, one would hope that, you know, between Seeds, Clover, Platinum, that, you know, the final evolution of this team gets to that Blastoise level. So we'll see. But
I do have something to say about this on a personal level. I don't like Mike Z, and this is very unsurprising to me. I did think the lag thing that he may or may not have been responsible for with Skullgirls was really funny. But, like, I have very much disliked him ever since he was on our podcast.
Okay.
That podcast sucked.
I didn't feel the same way. I liked Mike Z. I have, like, I've spoken with him online, and I've never met him in person. But there was once, actually, that's not true. There was once at a tournament before I knew him, early at like a fucking super years ago at at an East Coast Throwdown, where we were in the same elevator for like a second when Skullgirls was being demoed for the first time. But ever since, like, all this has been going on, well, prior to all this, ever since Skullgirls came out and was a thing and all this was happening, and, you know, getting Baz Color's in there and getting into the background of the game and getting Indivisible stuff going as well, and talking about how to implement all that stuff. It's been pleasant on my end, and I always wanted to get a chance to be like, hey, what's up in person? I think there was 2 events I went to in America where we were at the same tournament but just never actually got to meet. And I remember at one point, like when it was like, oh yeah, he was in top 8 for Guilty Gear, and I kind of came to look around but didn't see him. But I had a different impression. I had an impression that was mostly pleasant conversation on a personal level.
Well, my impression was mainly that he did the podcast to shill Indivisible and was this hyper sanitized corporate CEO man, and then the instant we stopped recording, he turned into an FGC man and started talking shit about a bunch of people that we had just discussed in pleasant terms, and was giving us actually really good, funny podcast shit that he refused to actually have go live on the podcast, and it made him seem like a fake, two-faced asshole.
To me, I felt like most of the conversation, especially later on, years later, that I had online and in talking about Indivisible's implementation and stuff, that I got definitely a sanitized, normal seeming version of the dude, and I feel like that's kind of overall what people outside of Lab Zero kind of felt. They're like, from what like Sonic Fox and other people have echoed, it's like a feeling that it's like, yeah, there was an impression you got, and then occasionally there might be these jokes here and there, but overall there's just a little bit of awkwardness, and that's about it really. But piecing it all together, it turns out there's some, an overall really weird situation, and I guess even if you were to, take away the like personal elements of this, and like there's definitely the shit where it's like Keanu Cakes talks about the like extra weird sexual conversations that were like,
yeah, that's one of the other things. Like there are essentially 2 types of stories that are coming out. One is the story that almost every guy had from Lab Zero, which is like he was a arrogant, petulant child that would only work on features if he wanted to, and you would have to beg him to do it. And then there's the female version of the story, which just includes a bunch of unwanted physical attention and sexual harassment.
And there was a little bit of a racial story there too.
I missed that one.
Yeah, there was a dude who left that had a really awkward series of conversations prior to this stream, that is. But what I was going to say is that, like, I think if you just like whatever that stuff is, because as you mentioned earlier, some folks are kind of like, bad jokes, not a big deal. None of this is, all of this is overblown. And if that's the way you feel, then that's the way you feel. But I want to say that, like, on just a level of like handling the exit of the company / the negotiation thing, where it's kind of like, okay, shut down talks and like take the ball and go home, so to speak. At least seeing this one side of the story, that doesn't look productive in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's the weirdest situation. And I mean, I'm obviously not a Lab Zero employee, and I don't know how exactly it went down. But if you're like, hey, this guy's a jerk, let's get rid of him, and he's like, but I'm the owner. Like, the idea that that's going to go anywhere other than, but I'm the owner. But I'm the owner, fuck off, is kind of hilarious. Like, of course they're going to be like, how about I just not leave?
Yeah, that's a part of, that's something that has to be contended with, most certainly, and you can't expect there to be a fully smooth discussion. But like, for what it sounds like, whatever that was proposed was, again, just considered unreasonable by the team. Now, here's the thing, of course. Who the fuck are we? We don't know. We're not staring at these contracts. We don't know what the details are. We don't know what's going on. It just reading the statements from the people involved, it sounds hyper shitty. And all you can really do is go, oh, fuck, I didn't know that. That sounds awful. I'm sorry to hear that. That's the most you can do as information comes out about this stuff. So I think part of... I don't know. I feel like there's... Because the kind of person that you were describing earlier... like there's a sort of a thing that is like, we're people that sit in front of microphones and just talk, and we try to make jokes, and then we try to talk about whatever's going on in the video game industry and in general the industries of things we're interested in. There is a overwhelmingly terrifying and omnipresent pressure to be right about single thing you say. Everything you say committed to microphone must be correct the first time. It has to be the best possible take. And if you fuck that up, and if history proves that there's something you didn't know and you were wrong, you're a piece of shit. Right?
I totally disagree. I think that fear is overstated, and I am comfortable in my constant wrongness.
This is the hyperbolized version of the pressure that I'm describing. I'm saying that's unrealistic.
Yeah, but sure, and I understand the pressure that you're describing, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about talking to somebody in a single conversation and coming away with the feeling that, oh man, this person is faking being
nuts. No. I'm not talking about your feelings about him after the podcast. I'm talking about the person you were describing who's like, he didn't do anything wrong. This is all fine.
Oh, dumbasses in chat. Oh, dumbasses in chat will defend anybody.
But it's not dumbasses in chat as much as it is like there's a couple of folks online that are like actively in the Twitter discussions having that sentiment. You know, that's
part
of what's going on.
We live in an era in which footage could come out of the man eating a baby and somebody be like, did that baby have a DUI?
Of course, right? Exactly. That's kind of I'm long-winded at saying what I'm saying. So I apologize for having to meander to get there because I work through what I'm saying as I'm saying it. But part of what I'm trying to say is exactly that, is that like what we're going to do is see the story from the points of view of people who are telling you what happened to them. You're going to take what they're saying at the value of, I trust this is what happened. I trust this is the truth of the matter. You're seeing one side, you learn other sides, you add more of a story narrative to it. But as more and more sides are involved with a singular story, you start to see a clearer
of consistency
across multiple people's narratives, and then you make a judgment call on that. So that's what I'm trying to say, is you operate with the information you have.
I think the one thing that leaps out to me, because I mean, we live in a universe, and obviously anybody can say anything, right? Granted, don't libel or slander people, but anybody can say anything and whatnot. So there's always there's always the issue of the truth, right? Now, when you're in a situation in which you have a purported bad actor, right, and tons of people come out, like how similar are the stories? Very similar in this particular case. But more important than that, we are currently in a global pandemic, and the economy and job market are shit. They are fucking terrible. And for people to say, this guy's a problem, I would rather quit my job than deal with this another day.
Yep.
In a situation in which everybody is going fucking broke.
Yep.
Is a big exclamation point.
Yep.
That they're for real.
Yep. Absolutely. It is a tremendous statement to walk away from your job right now.
It reminds me very vividly, in reverse, of when Chris Avellone left Obsidian. You remember that? That was a while ago. And the story that came out at the time was that he had been forced out of a company that he co-owned by pretty much everybody on the board. And on his way out, he was talking about how that company is fucked up and it's all cliquish and it's bullying and all this shit, and that you were going to see lots more people quit real soon because that company is fucked up. And then no one quit. Like nobody. And that story just evaporated. And you're like, I wonder what the fuck he was talking about. And then like a year or two later, he's being removed from projects because, Chris Avellone may be, in fact, a bad man. And you're like, and you look at that and you go, oh, that's the very quiet Mike Z situation. That's the was not the sole owner. And everybody else who owned a piece of the pie went, just kind of pushed you out the door. Just kind of right? I personally foresee in the Lab Zero Mike Z situation, it would be smart for this to not happen. I foresee some form of tantrum on the horizon. How can everybody betray me? Tantrum.
I mean, maybe, but at the same time, he's been pretty quiet and inactive since the first story. Although there was like stream commentary notwithstanding.
Not that quiet, man.
Not that quiet.
Like clearly.
I guess I mean is no tweets. What I mean to say is no
There's
tweets,
only so many methods of human communication you can pull yourself off of.
Right. That hasn't been activated and popping off. Yeah. No, the planned course of events that they seem to be figuring out was one that, you know, I mean, image-wise, it would have been, it's like, it would have been one of those things where you're like, yeah, this is rough, but it probably would have helped the team and would have helped the game if they went through with that initial discussion. But now that it doubles back into this messed version of it, it's just a matter of, okay, scorched earth, get as far away from it as possible, you know?
Yeah. Like, it's this not like, how do I put it? It's like, can this be fixed? No. Can I leave? Yes. Okay.
What power do you have in this situation?
Right.
I don't. I didn't know that Autumn Games owned Skullgirls.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Why? Why did they own that?
Well, I think it's over the years it's been interesting because it's like Skullgirls is the fighting game. Mike C made it. He put all this stuff in it. He's the FGC guy, knows all the stuff. So that's what's going on.
Real Soviet damage, etc.
That's the association done and done. And then as this goes down, it's like, well, don't forget, this is the world created by Alex Ahad. And, you know, it's like even if Mike Z is not involved, there's still a full team and a creative team that, you know, should get the credit here. And supporting that is supporting them and all that. And you're like, okay. And now with people like fully going their ways, like it's like, oh yeah, here, no, Autumn Games owns the IP itself and can do what they want with Skullgirls. So
I should mention that, like, I have also heard rumblings that Alex himself was also kind of a jackass.
Yeah, I don't know the details of that. I didn't see a ton of, like,
I couldn't get a hold of anybody that had actually firsthand worked with him. But the general gist of it is that he wasn't as much of a jackass, but that Skullgirls' upper management seems a little cursed.
There was, I think we probably saw the same tweet in the long thread about all of this, that like there was one tweet referencing that, and yeah, looking for any other elaboration on it, I was not successful. But to go back to what I was saying is that, yeah, I think, you know, so now that we're like breaking down the nitty gritty of this IP and who was involved with what aspects of it creatively, I mean, it sucks to have to do that, but it's like, this is a game that people care about and it's a very good one. And, you know, so you kind of go like, okay, how much can be salvaged, right? What can be salvaged is the kind of mentality.
Yeah. It's like, can we get a re-release of Skullgirls called Third Encore, the Feel Good Edition?
Well, we'll see.
That has Lab 2 and Autumn Games on the publishing list.
But I think as it goes, like IP, Autumn Games, game development code, etc., fighting game, Lab Zero, and creative vision and design and you know, characters and such, Alex Ahad.
There's always a really bizarre situation. This is a bit of a
with, of
side.
course, the other people that we mentioned earlier in the respective roles in that credit as well.
There's always a very bizarre situation that happens when this kind of thing occurs, and I go back and I think about a tweet that was Mike Z making fun of people for asking for move lists in Indivisible. And I remember thinking, man, what a dumbass, but I guess he's trying to joke. And then I'm like, no, I guess he was just being an ass. I guess that was exactly what it looked like. It was like, why dum-dums know, like, move learn? But why?
I don't know.
Because the move list changes every time you get a new ability, man. 3,500 characters. Most of them are dumb. Is Mike Z the Western Inafune?
No. That is a very different situation.
Yeah.
That is a very different situation. That would be kicking Capcom out and holding on to Mega Man and everything on your own while everyone's like, I'm gonna be leaving now. So that's not the same. No.
Oh, Inafune is just so. Oh man.
Well, definitely, but like it's that when these types of stories though happen, certainly, like, yeah, now there's a very clear, like, thanks to social media, there's a very clear, like, recontextualization of everything that otherwise you wouldn't get from a press release and two statements, you know? Anyway, so that's what's up.
So that was a fun experience watching. Oh, somebody's quitting Lab Zero. Oh, right, like just bam, bam, bam. Best of luck to everybody who has recently left Lab Zero and those who continue to work there for however long that may be. Here's hoping everything works out and you all get a new job at Lab 1.
Yeah, so I know that I know that the like immediate like thought when these things happen from like a fan base perspective is I sure hope we can see everybody go make their own thing together and do the thing continued in a new form. But I don't want to like necessarily push that pressure. Let people do what they want, but definitely I feel that there's enough talent on display from the people that left that I don't think they're going to have a hard time finding jobs for like other games that need creative talent.
Yeah, the games business is actually doing relatively well compared to many other businesses.
Games are doing pretty all right considering the nature of, you know, Le Monde.
The situation.
So, okay, so what else is going on? We've got the next biggest story being, all the DC FanDome trailers.
Okay.
Whole lot of trailers. Did you watch them?
I feel really bad for the person who misunderstood my joke on Twitter about those trailers. Because there's there was the Suicide Squad one where they want to kill Superman, right? That video game. And I changed my name to Pat Stares at Ways to Kill Superman. And went, we have to kill Superman. To which people said, oh, did you watch that trailer? Are you excited? And I went, what trailer? And then people then explained what trailer they're talking about. I'm like, no. No, you don't no. This is just a consistent mood, guys. We need to kill Superman. That being said, even I think it's kind of lame that we have to kill Superman in that Suicide Squad game.
Always kill Superman.
Like, it is. We have tried to kill Superman more times than I've actually even seen Superman be cool.
It's definitely been a trend as of recent, and it's definitely an oh shit like pop that gets less of a pop every time we repeat it.
Yeah.
But
Injustice did it a bunch.
Well, that's exactly right. but that was that. That's one of the many trailers. So if you want to go,
also, go down the list.
There's a list. There's a list. If you want to go down the list, we've got first the Batman.
Looks cool. I like it.
Robert Pattinson is now the Batman.
Robert Pattinson looks like, I think the way I saw somebody described, he finally looks like the kind of maladjusted billionaire that would think it was a better idea to fight dudes than use charitable donations to solve crime.
I still see him young as a Terry McGinnis. I still see that as the way to play it, but that's not what we're getting, so this is the world we live in. Yeah, I'm guessing based on the logos and the tone that they're hoping this reboot will land similar to the Joker.
Yeah. It might actually be a sequel to the Joker.
They haven't implied that it is.
The only reason I say that is because you see a gang of Jokers.
Well, you see a bunch of like grunts, but
goons, if you would.
Yeah, but were they specifically Joker goons?
Yeah, look at them. They got the why so serious
Riddler,
like makeup.
I thought they were Riddler grunts.
No, they're not Riddler goons.
I thought they were Riddler goons.
Those are Joker goons. I'm gonna go get a screenshot so we can solve this. Hold on a second.
I assumed that they were the goons of the villain in the movie, the Riddler.
Well, there's actually many villains in this movie, which is probably the weirdest thing, right? Because we got Penguin and Catwoman and Riddler and fucking Falcone apparently is in there.
Confirmed, not same universe as Joker. Okay.
Yeah, these dudes are wearing... Do Riddler goons even have like a distinctive makeup style? I thought that because all I can think of is like 66 Batman, where they'd all wear green with like purple underpants.
Bunch of question marks.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, apparently not same continuity as Joker at all.
Okay. Good.
So there's that.
DC should stop doing continuity in general. That's what I think.
Well, they did. Right.
Yeah. They did,
and then they did, and then Justice League happened, and then they kind of undid what they did. But
then Snyder's gonna do whatever the
fuck. Then comes Justice League: The Snyder Cut, which is not a movie, but a 4-part HBO Max series.
You know what it also isn't?
Mm-hmm.
A little cartoon for your kids. It's a grown-up thing for big boys.
That's what he said.
That is like so embarrassing.
But
that is an adult man.
Yes, but that is
this is my big boy superhero.
But this is an adult man who puts like straight music into his movies to tell you how to feel, and thinks that works. Like the kind of person who sees that as an effective narrative method is going to write these words and say, this is big boy, edgy, adult, no wah babies here.
Snyder is like the shittiest edgelord that ever got big. It's so bad. That Dark Side looks like he belongs on a fucking 1999 3DFX Voodoo 2 box.
I think it's what happens when you're a music video director and you get to do more than music videos.
Yeah.
How did McG work out?
I literally don't even know.
I
think it says a lot of... If you think Snyder's a good director, go fucking watch Sucker Punch twice. And if you live through that experience, I'll talk to you.
I'm legit curious to see, because I talked often about, the biggest difference editing can make when I talk about Kingdom of Heaven. That is the Ridley Scott cut versus the theatrical cut are wildly different, and it turns a 4 into an 8.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see, if there was so much cut that it can get a 4-part miniseries on HBO instead of a film, that's a lot of reinserted material, right? That's
but
a lot.
Can it turn a 3 into a 1?
I want to know. I want to know if whatever... I didn't watch Justice League, but I would love to find out if, like, the changes can actually make things that much better. And I also... And here's the other thing. I think the pressure and buildup, right, of, like, the release, the Snyder Cut, hashtag over the year, excuse me, also creates a feeling of, like, don't just release the Snyder Cut of the film, but also secretly maybe go back and make things better that were clearly mistakes to begin with.
Yeah.
I think that's part of what's going on too. Make
sure to color grade every color just completely out of the movie.
Because
like that was the number one thing that I noticed from that trailer, is that the already overly color graded movie has now been like double color graded into nothing, and it's fucking crazy.
The ability to take something already released, take all the complaints and criticisms it's had, and then go readdress them in post is not to be understated here. So, like, whatever was being worked on, you are guaranteed to see some shit that he would have released in theaters at the time, but is now probably going to rework based on the feedback, in addition to adding in the music and doing the Snyder things.
I don't think that's true at all. I think he's going to go, fuck your complaints. My original vision was the shit.
I mean, but wasn't there a whole thing about how there was no Snyder Cut? How there originally actually was, like, what was worked on was just picked up from where Whedon took over? And that, like, the whole narrative of a Snyder Cut only came into existence way after?
So there was never a definitive and completed Snyder Cut ever.
Right.
There were a bunch of scenes that got shot, but they were never edited. They were never cut together. That most of them didn't have their VFX shot completed. Like, you could have made a Snyder Cut at the time, but it's not like there was one sitting around in a fucking, vault of, like, this is the good version of the bad movie.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why it's so ridiculous that, like, release the Snyder Cut turned into make the Snyder Cut.
Make the Snyder Cut. And that's why I'm saying make the Snyder Cut after you've had a chance to see what everyone's had to say about it. Is, like, you can just copy the internet's homework to fix problems. In addition to completing CG shots.
If I'm correct, I was reading up on it, and the studio was like, you can finish your VFX shots, and you can edit it, and you can dub over shit, but you will not be shooting new scenes.
Mm-hmm.
So it is very much a cut. Like, there is no, like, they're not gonna add a scene where Soups and Batman are sitting around going, fuck, that Martha shit was stupid, wasn't it? Holy fuck. That would make the movie better, but they're not going to edit that
editing in. Can make and break a movie, but
it sure can.
I await with bated breath the results here, and I also wonder if I should bother going to watch the original cut just to know.
I'm tempted. I'm really tempted. That being said,
scenes.
We're just drowning in our Marvel bias.
They shot new scenes. Hey man, that shit, that's gone. That's ages old. I think we can retire Marvel bias the same way I can retire the Killer Instinct shill money. I think that's just old man holding on to.
I don't know, man. You're still living off that cash.
Yeah,
like, they give you a lot. They give you a lot to shill that KI.
But I can eventually let it go and stop talking about it, because the majority of the people listening were not around back then to even hear those bits.
That's true.
This is a whole new generation of people we're talking to right now. They have a lot of them have no idea what we're talking about, and are going to need clarification.
Mm-hmm. I have a bias towards good movies.
A lot of new people.
I saw Batman versus Superman in the theater, and I was like, I can't believe this is a real movie. The fuck is this piece of shit?
Well, and your Marvel bias is showing eventually turned into Wooly overcorrects as Pat double downs.
I mean,
so
if that gets the car to stay in the middle of the road, I mean, I'll hang out the window.
Fair enough. So then there was the Suicide Squad movie trailer, and that was okay.
Fucking,
I'm just like, I have nothing to say about the content because whatever, we'll see what it is when it comes out.
Did you see the original? Let's start there.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
The fact that they marketed things the way they did, they had no choice, okay? They have no choice in how they're presenting this trailer, but I feel so bad for just everybody that has to be involved with a project that is not allowed to really just stand on any merit it might have because you're too busy telling people, it's not the other one though. Look, it's James Gunn. Look, do you see James Gunn? It's not the other one. Please don't think it's the other one. It's still Margot Robbie.
Margot Robbie was good in that one. You remember Margot?
Please, please, please don't think this is the other one. And we're going to talk shit about the other one without actually talking shit. So we're going to say it's so nice to finally have someone who can take the Suicide Squad in a direction that I think it's fitting of. It's like, are you saying that the previous person did not take it in a direction?
Yes, I'm saying that.
That it should have gone? No. What?
I think there's a bunch of really bizarre shit about this. I think there's a real feeling of, oh God, what's it called? You remember Wolverine and his X-Men?
Yep.
There's a real Harley Quinn and her Suicide Squad thing going on here.
Forget about the last movie?
I did not forget about the last movie. Because that's what it was there too. But on top of that, let's combine that with
you know they renamed it, right?
What? I'm sorry, what?
You know they renamed it.
No.
They renamed Birds of Prey. To Harley Quinn. Or like the misadventures of one Harley Quinn.
Oh, Jesus Christ, they did do that, didn't they? Holy fuck.
And her Birds of Prey.
Okay. Wow.
The fantabulous emancipation of Harley Quinn and her Birds of Prey, or whatever the fuck they called it. They literally turned it into Wolverine and his X-Men.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Great. Incredible.
So yeah, that's been a thing.
So there's that, but I remember the one of the big complaints from the first one was one that I also made was there's too many of these losers and they all suck, and none of them got any development at all except for Deadshot and Harley. And then you remember when that rope guy showed up at the end of the montage, and you're like, oh, he's the one they're gonna kill because he just showed up. The solution to there are too many characters and I don't care about any of them is to triple the amount of characters the movie has?
That's correct.
Like, holy shit.
Again, James Gunn might do something. Who knows? He might do something. We'll see. But all I can
even have enough time in the movie to introduce them.
I don't know, but he can make movies, so we'll see. That's the one of the things where I'm just like, I'll leave that up to somebody who's made movies I've liked, right? Whatever. The fact that they want to keep trying with this whole thing, and it is what it is. It's here. It's Harley Quinn time. It's not going away. It's done. Fine. Whatever. Will Smith out. Stringer Bell in. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
I just like anytime you can feel the real goal of a trailer or teaser that is not to bring awareness to the product, but to really just make a comment about the other thing. They're screaming by doing this type of interview that has nothing but explosions and people talking about how awesome the vision is this time around is just like, if you go into this and think this is a sequel to the last thing, we will have failed our marketing, but it still features the same main character in the same role.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that there wasn't a what do you call it? A fucking shot of the trailer where, Christ, there might be in a different version of a different cut, but where somebody goes, "Hey, whatever happened to Joker?" And Harley goes, "I got rid of him. He's never gonna come back in this movie. Jared Leto is bad." Like, just I am shocked there isn't just a giant amount of text on the screen that just says, "We fired Jared Leto. Don't worry."
Now, there's no reason to bring up random people and their dumb thoughts, but on Twitter, underneath the trailer, someone had a tweet that was just like, all right, new universe, new Batman, new Suicide Squad. You know what that means, everybody. When are we going to cast a new Joker? And I just, like, I had this just, I felt tired on behalf of the real DC loyal fans, like the people who hang on. I felt tired on their behalf. It was such an exhausting tweet to read. The thought that someone immediately goes, "Hey, let's go. We need a Joker. You can't have a DC without a new Joker. Every time, reboot it. I want Thing.
Get me
never
a new
change
one.
Thing. Make Thing forever. Never, ever, ever make it different. New Thing." And
Let's have it be old Joker, and it's actually Mark Hamill.
There's literally a comic coming out called 3 Jokers that they had a trailer for earlier. And it's just like, yeah, like, how many Jokers in 10 years do you need? Are we trying to beat the Spider-Man record right now? What are we doing?
Well, luckily, Wooly, they started with the Riddler for the first Batman so that they can build up to the Joker for the sequel, because that works really well.
I mean, listen, if they're only doing it so that we can get brand new updates to the "Are you smoking gang weed" meme, then I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Because we can't expand that, you know? / what age of gamer are you? If you're old school, you played Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and if you're if you're old school is Call of Duty Modern Warfare, I think it was like classic is fucking PUBG, and modern is Fortnite or whatever the shit, and it's just
there was last week we talked about the Fortnite memes.
Yeah.
And I posted I'm glad I grew up playing Halo and not Fortnite.
That's correct.
And the vast majority of people that responded to that tweet took it seriously. And were like, I can't believe Fortnite's pretty good, Halo's not. And it's like, I didn't even fucking really play through all of Halo 1. And like, I grew up playing fucking NES games.
I'm glad I grew up playing Halo 4. And not Minecraft.
Wait, that doesn't even make any sense.
I know, but that's how it all looks. It's literal. It's just.
I think the ultimate would be like, I'm glad I grew up playing BioShock and not BioShock Infinite. Or glad I grew up playing Halo 1 and not Halo 6. You fucking babies with your new Halo.
You want some fucking boomer talk? You want some boomer shit? Boomer takes? Real old boomer takes? As you wear a Metal Gear Rex on your chest?
It's got a little snake on it.
It sure does.
A little snake there.
My brain classifies quote unquote old school as cartridges and before.
I would say that's accurate.
If your shit is on a disc, I'm not even classifying that as old school.
I'd consider that modern.
That's my brain.
Yeah.
So this whole thing is stupid. it's all the dumbest shit in the world to me.
Because you're all younger than us. Shut up.
A fucking gray cartridge that snaps into a thing is old school.
Yeah.
All right.
That's correct.
Then they had a trailer for Black Adam, but it wasn't a trailer. In fact, it was nothing because The Rock is too busy making bazillions of dollars, so there was nothing to show. But he did record.
That
a
was
little
really
clip.
weird.
Rock's
it was like
a busy
fucking
man.
motion comic for like Dead Space.
Yeah, Rock's a busy man, and they wanted to get a big old Rock trailer ready to go or teaser, but they didn't have the time. So instead, they put a motion comic together, and it had fucking Shazam from the fucking movie, The Wizard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as in not the actual Captain Marvel character.
Yeah,
And,
but the old man, the wizard man.
He was there, you know. Black Adam's a bad guy. Clearly, The Rock is.
He's evil, right?
Yes, he's supposed to be.
Zangief.
Clearly, The Rock is going to play it like a little more anti-hero from the vibe they threw down. But whatever the case is, it was a teaser for some shit they don't have yet. They had some photoshopped Rock in a costume art to show, and that was about it.
They had something to tell us though. And that thing they wanted to tell us was only in theaters.
That's true. That's true.
Who are you fucking kidding, guys?
Listen.
Holy shit.
That is an optimistic thing to say. That is an optimistic fucking thing to say. Theaters are
oh my god.
Theaters are a concept that might never return the way they did.
Ever.
We don't know.
It's possible that it is gone.
We don't know.
Hey.
I will say that like movies that are currently sitting on hold, like Tenet, fucking you got to deal with that. All right.
You keep talking.
Well, the Nolan's movie Tenet with Denzel's kid is sitting there, however many $1 million already spent, and they're just like, okay, well, no one can really watch this in theaters, so I guess.
Put it on digital, you
but they held out. I think it's coming out next week, but they fucking held out, man. You know, and I think I think a lot of movies are just kind of like really waiting on like trying to figure out if there's something else they can do for digital distribution to avoid a huge loss on things. Because
it's a real goddamn movie. They're gonna see it in the theater. They're gonna pay $18.
$18 at home. Yeah.
And then Disney fucking comes along with the motherfucking audacity to be like, you can watch Mulan for a year as many times as you want for $30. Don't you want to see the Mulan remake for fucking $30?
Now, my first thought goes, oh, can you imagine how like money-eyed everybody will get when they sell their tickets without the theater cost cut getting reduced from it, and then you remember, oh wait, the theater cut is nothing, and they make all their money on popcorn and food they sell and concessions.
Theaters don't make shit.
They don't make shit on the actual price of the ticket, so that full $18 is already pretty much going their way anyway. So, I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know. But theaters are in serious trouble, and they're definitely, like, we have a lot of life theoretically left to live, but when it comes to the current...
I don't know about that.
Well, listen, my point is that it might take a couple years to figure out public gatherings.
Yeah, I'd say so.
You know?
I have figured out public gatherings.
That is a case scenario.
I figured it out. Stop. Forever.
So, Black Adam only in theaters.
There's no reason to ever publicly gather in a group ever again.
That's over.
The introvert revolution is here.
People are over. Hangouts are over.
Hanging out is done. Hanging out has been canceled. Leaving people on red is now.
Now, not that I disagree, because I'm right there with you. Trust. I'm fine. But I will tell you that you are seeing the extrovert rebellion in action. It starts with a pog. It starts with a PogChamp, and it goes.
Me and Paige were walking down the street with Puppy, and we were all masked up and staying away from everybody on the street. We saw a fucking bunch of teenagers going to their house with a bunch of booze to have a party.
Extroverts,
and we're like, wow, you guys are idiots.
Losing their minds, and they are starting to not give a fuck.
Then they'll lose something else.
Well, yeah, but that's besides the point. That's the obvious. That's the underline, you know. But we're seeing extrovert rebellion wild because, hey, you know how, again, you get your life back. You get your life bar back up by being where you are right now, sitting in that seat.
I did.
They get their life back up by being around other people.
They should worry more about getting their life back up and worry less about getting their life back up and worry more about keeping their life from going down.
Yes. The deal is that obviously the priority is do not die, but the mental state that kicks in when a prolonged period of like, no, but I need people though, is going to create more and more dumb shit as time goes on. So, whatever. Mm-hmm. We'll see. But
all I have to say to that is suck it, cowards.
Okay, here's the other thing.
Learn to deal.
People in New York and places like that where they're like, I'm paying stupid amounts per month to live in a hole in the wall. The only reason to live in New York, downtown core area, Manhattan, whatever, is to go places and do things. So I'm not paying for this shitty locker to actually sit in it. I'm paying for it to hold my stuff and to sleep in it and then be out the whole time. So
that seems like a terrible series of decisions.
But that's what New York was prior to this point in time. And it worked fine.
No, I'm saying that's a terrible series of decisions even when New York was fine.
No, because it works for those who were able to work in a place that involved other people and go to a job and pretty much stay out and do their thing. It was working. It was an economy that worked. Well, that
never worked.
Shut up.
Everyone that it worked for was stupid.
No, it worked. It was there. I'm saying at the moment when circumstances change, people are like, I'm sitting in a fucking locker for months, and they start to kind of go crazy, But you're right. You're right.
Being a shut-in was always the smart move.
It was a superpower that helps right now, certainly.
There has never been a time in which being a shut-in ever hurt anyone.
Agree.
Okay, wait. That's a really broad statement. That's an infinitely broad statement. Give me there's probably like some tornadoes that hit people because they wouldn't move, or hurricanes or whatever. Listen, I'm just saying I want to go back to like hanging out like normal, so everybody just chill it for another year.
I loaned somebody my copy of Welcome to the NHK, so I can't pull it out and show it to you. But that's a manga that would disagree with you, as well as the entire concept.
Is the manga a real thing that actually happened, or is it a story that someone wrote?
It's a story that someone wrote based on...
that's nice.
A very real thing.
I can write a story too.
People affectionately referred to as the hickeys.
Yeah.
The hikikoki moris.
I'm gonna write a story too. The sun was very hot, and if you went outside, you died from sun. All the extroverts were like, fuck it, I bet it ain't so hot. And then we had barbecue. Fame.
Wonder Woman 1984. It's Wonder Woman sequel. Wonder Woman was good up until it wasn't. I hope this movie
right up until the last second.
Up until
what the
it
fuck
wasn't.
Is going on with that movie?
I hope that this time around someone can just take the last 15 minutes and just slice them right off and then stitch the credits and we'll all go home happy. That's what I'm thinking. Whatever in 1984 turns out to be, just take the last 15 minutes. The final reel, whenever the final reel is getting ready to switch over, just don't. Just put the credits up and call it a day.
I don't know. I saw a clip of some kind of cat monstrosity.
Yeah. Trailer didn't really, I don't know. Trailer wasn't really banging, you know?
Nah.
Didn't really pop off, at least for me. But I don't know, man. We'll see. I really did enjoy the fuck out of the first one until I didn't. So we'll see. Cheetah's there.
Like Wonder Woman is like the closest a movie has come to like my movie fantasy of like getting 99% through Lord of the Rings. And then right when they're about to fucking drop the ring into the fires of Mount Doom, like Tom Green and Eric Andre run into the scene and just start shitting all over every character and steal the ring and like throw it into a baby. And then the movie just cuts hard to credits and goes, get fucked.
Do you remember Path of Neo?
Fuck, that's pretty close too. That's pretty close too.
There's one for you.
It sure is.
Then we got WB Montreal, Gotham Knights. So that's a trailer for what I thought was... I for a second I was like, because I heard about the new Gotham Knights game before I saw the trailer, and I was like, oh, is this the next Rocksteady thing?
It's so confusing.
It's not, right?
It's the next Arkham Origins.
It's the next Arkham Origins, not Rocksteady specifically. That's exactly. Right. So they split that into two pathways, and we got ourselves a little Treyarch situation going on. But they're working on the Arkham Knights, which is all the Robins and Batgirl hanging out, and the Court of Owls storyline seems to be taking place.
I don't know anything about them owl people.
There's Talon and there's the fucking...
They're an organized crime group and secret society.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're evil.
And there's all that was a story that I think I also have sitting somewhere here next to me that I didn't finish, but it was one of those it was when they had the New 52 going on, and they basically had the new Batman reboot, and they it was considered a pretty good Batman storyline. So this is a non-canon, like whatever take on the story, and bringing them into the spotlight as the main characters. But Owls hunts bats. Yes.
And Batman's dead.
Batman's dead.
Whoa! Wow.
So, if they're going into non-canon shit, they can experiment and go wild with it. You know, comics have been doing it for years. I think, you know, I think I said years ago that I'm like, the world would be is ready for what ifs. So, and then Spider-Verse kind of
Spider-Verse
carries that energy forward, and I'm like, thank you, please. So they had that, and then at the same time they had the actual Rocksteady game, which is the Suicide Squad, which we talked about.
Yeah, that's the most baffling part. That was really, really confusing as to which one was making what.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's there's a new Rocksteady game and a new Batman game, but then they're not the same fucking game.
There's a new Arkham game, and there's a new Rocksteady game, and you're like, oh, and then the trailer for Suicide Squad says from the makers of the Arkham series. You're like, okay. So, and yeah, it's totally just, it's the split. It's the origin split.
Oh man, I'm so excited for Arkham Origins 2.
In both cases, though, both games decided that you've played Batman for enough. So time to go play the other people.
The game's so shitty they decided not to fix it.
Suicide Squad kill the Justice League.
Yeah, we got to get Batman. I would rather they had started that trailer with like kill the Flash. And Flash is like just missed a random goon, like in,
Flash.
In The Boys. And then Martian Manhunter turns himself into a shark with legs. That's an existing character.
Martian Manhunter is real. Flash is cool. There's some fun stuff. You can go. Wally West is dope, and there's some fun Bart stuff. And the fucking Professor Zoom is the pettiest piece of shit, the pettiest cunt villain on the planet.
What's his problem anyway?
That time when you were making love with your girlfriend in high school, but you nutted too fast. That was me jerking you off.
Seriously, what is Reverse Flash's problem?
So there's been a bunch of storylines that have come and gone, and like I'm not sure what the current deal is, but from my origin point of learning about Zoom was based on the tragedy, the basically a point in which he has he literally has a moment where he snaps his fingers and causes a dude's wife to have an abortion. Mm-hmm. And it's just one of these like, what the fuck? And he's obsessed with making the Flash suffer. And he will literally be like, I was the cause behind every little shitty thing in your life. He hates the fuck out of Barry, and like it's beyond the level of Lex being obsessed with Superman, you know?
Oh wow. Cause like Lex Luthor will ruin his life and kill himself to get at Superman.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
It's and the one I mentioned, yeah, that was a different Zoom at the time. So there's the current one now, but it is beyond the Lex level, you know. But yeah, there are like 3 Zooms, Wooly. Yes, there we go. Okay,
that's stupid.
So,
it's fun with comic books in which I'm like, what's the deal with Reverse Flash? And then I click on a wiki entry for Reverse Flash, and there are like 7 characters that I'm looking at. And I go, oh, cool, time to stop reading or caring.
Yeah, don't forget about Black Flash, a.k.a. the Death Flash. That's the...
oh, cool.
The thing that represents the end of the Speedster.
Okay.
Hey, man. It's fine. The modern, honestly, so as from what the CW show has been going on long enough that like that is now the current generation's Flash. Like that is what the Flash means to most people.
To the kids.
To the kids. And what are you gonna do? You know, I
not care about Flash. Nailed it.
I wish that wasn't the case, but it is what it is. And speaking of the CW, we can take that news right over to the newest show they'll be working on the fucking Powerpuff Girls live action series.
Oh, that sounds lit. Oh man, are they going to use like child actors or what?
Well,
how are they going to get like a little girl to sound just like Tara Strong for Bubbles?
Are they going to make them twerk?
Well, it depends if that one guy is writing for it.
So there was an article about that, right? There was an article about that and the character Jared and the dude with the glasses, and they apparently went to there was a couple of people that worked on those episodes, and they went to the staffers at the time and confirmed that guy didn't write those episodes. But
that's crazy.
But the staff that was there at the time did totally make that guy, the character Jared, as like just like a quirky, like they thought it would be funny as to like make a reference to him and the fact that like this guy that Bubbles likes is or not Bubbles, that Blossom likes is like a super nerd, right?
Yeah.
And then they said that, and then we thought after they fleshed it out, they said we thought it would be funny to just like why not have him voice it in the same way that like Pendleton Ward voices Lumpy Space Princess type of thing. So they said it. They were saying basically he didn't self-insert, they did it, and then like
he got fucked over. If that's the case, like holy fuck.
So whatever. If you guys don't, I don't know what. But if no one believes that, then whatever. But there was an article that came out that said they spoke to the people that wrote those episodes, and you can check the credits on them, and it's not him that wrote them.
Hey, by the way,
or that created
Wooly
the character.
And everyone around, I'd like to apologize, as it is approximately 5 p.m. My life has turned into a zoo. Paige is doing her absolute best to be quiet with dog food, but dog is stupid and has good ears.
So the project hails from executive producers Heather Rayner and Diablo Cody. Diablo Cody wrote Juno.
Really?
Yeah. So there's that.
Yeah?
Anyway, I think the tweet underneath this news was someone that simply said, "Can you don't?
Can you not do this, please?
Can you don't?" And I'm like, yeah, we're down with that. We're down with that. Some things don't need to be.
Like, I can't wait to see burnt out adult Powerpuff Girls lamenting over their awesome childhood that they totally got to keep. Right? Like in the show, you get to see like, oh, they're still going to school and they're still having like tea parties or whatever kids do. Right?
Keep in mind that Powerpuff Girls Z came and went.
I don't know that. What the fuck is that?
Look it up. You know what it is.
Look it up.
You know what it is.
Which was worse, the reboot or Powerpuff Girls Z? Oh, great. Japanese magical girl anime.
You didn't see this?
No, I didn't see this.
Yeah. They made a full-on anime.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's the Equestria equivalent to Powerpuff Girls.
That's fairly obvious as a concept.
Yep. So anyway, this is probably gonna make a fuck ton of money. It's
really? No.
It's gonna be massively successful if every other modern reboot of live action things is to go on. Never forget Riverdale and Sabrina the Teenage Witch are doing things.
I forgot those existed.
Those are on Netflix. Those are on Netflix doing what they do. This is probably gonna succeed.
Boo.
Titans.
Did that happen? Did we advertise that?
Titans came out. Titans came out.
I feel like I fucking read an ad read for that.
I think
did that happen?
I think so too. But yeah. No, we totally did, but we had to because we had to balance it out with the read for Inhumans.
Inhumans, yeah, great show, incredible show.
So we had to balance it out. Yeah, Titans came in 2018. Fuck Batman. Anyway. So, I don't think everyone, I don't know if you caught this. I don't know if people have been paying attention, but there's a pretty active DMC5 modding community. They've done things.
Did you see that?
Like digging out Virgil from the game's code and making him playable. Unfortunately, no Beowulf, but it is what it is.
Unfortunately, yeah, you do what you can.
Well, it turns out that one hitchhiker made a PvP mod as a part of the DMC Strive versus Sive.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that.
Strive. Is
it
Striversity? Striversity. Hey, that was great. That's super. Like that's a super duper sick trailer.
That's
a
Strive mod,
wildly incredible thing to add in and get working.
That Strive mod, even outside the versus stuff, seems incredibly impressive.
Unbelievable.
I keep waiting for it to add lots of new stuff to Nero because I'm like Dante has so much stuff already that I don't have the expertise to hit the limit. So when the Hitchhiker Man is like, we gave Dante a shitzillion new things, I'm like, that's cool. I can't do it.
Did you watch the trailer?
I did watch the trailer. I saw a special appearance from one Wooly Versus in that trailer.
I remember getting that message, and I was like, you added what? Just frame color up to the gun? And I was like, that sounds amazing. And then you see the actual clip of it, and it's like, that is such an opener for possibilities of like nonsense juggle bullshit. That's huge. That's humongous for Nero. DMC Strive versus Sive is adding a lot of fun stuff, but PvP is that just takes the cake. And yeah, dude shot a message like, hey, by the way, thanks for getting me into Devil May Cry. I turned it into a fighting game.
Really? Okay.
I'm like, okay.
Am I slightly included in that at all? Because I want credit.
I don't know.
Give Hitchhiker, do I get credit too?
I don't know.
Credit.
For now, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no, you don't, because he didn't. He said what he said. But also, he's playing Tsundere because he doesn't follow me either. But
oh, shit!
He's playing Tsundere, but he sent the message. He put it in there. His profile says the hypest shit, but he's like, hey, I hope maybe, what are you going to, I don't know, take a look? I don't know. Talk about this on your podcast, maybe? I see you. You Sun bitch.
Can I have a credit, please? Can I have one credit?
I know what you're up to. I know this game. No credit.
I want one credit, please.
No credit.
He's apparently in chat and tells me to get fucked. Great.
Hey.
Awesome. Perfect.
Hitchhiker.
That's just great.
What's up?
Yo, for real though, your work is extreme. If the person is in fact listening to this, Hitchhiker's work on that mod is extremely what's the word I want? I want to get a good compliment word, but I want to get a specific compliment word. It's prodigious. Like it's kind of crazy.
Prodigious is a good word.
Put into that, but it's crazy what's been put into that mod by a single person in this amount of time. I very sincerely hope that I got my camera back so I can look directly into the camera. I very sincerely hope that if there were to be another release of Devil May Cry in the future, the devs would look at things such as the Strive mod for inspiration as to what to do. That would be a great idea if they made a re-release, so like a fancy version or a cool box.
A cool box with more features would be rad. And this is a good example of what those features would look like. Yes. Hey, Hitchhiker, you fucking Sun. Look at this. I hit the button. Where you at?
Real hire this man thing.
Where you at?
What button? What button did you hit? What did you do?
I followed him.
Oh, okay. It's Hitchhiker? How do I? I can't
fucking coward trying to get all in there, sliding on in, being like, please notice my mods. Don't even hit the follow button. You got it first, all right? You earned it. You turned DMC into a fighting game. You earned
terrible.
It. My Twitter's
Twitter
terrible.
It doesn't have nearly enough garbage on it. You need more garbage.
I would disagree. I would say that it has a garbage every day at 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, that's good. That's pretty good. Oh, I should retweet this Magneto throw.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
I saw it earlier, but I forgot to retweet it.
How about that?
That Magneto throw is pretty good.
Oh, look. There's the refollow. Well, all is right with the world. Hey, no, seriously. Anybody
bullying. Is this bullying?
I'm initiating somebody with the tough love. It is what it is. They know what's up. They understand the situation. Hey, no, honestly, I'm like, we started out by misnaming the thing as Strive versus Ive. I'm fucking, this is big bullying live on Twitch and on the podcast.
That's good.
It's the best compliment to somebody who's got the words "the hypest shit" in their description.
I think one of my favorite things to do is that when somebody follows you, and then you look at them and you're like, oh, you're a artist or game dev or mod maker or whatever, and then you go in there and you're like, give me codes for your game now, and they're like, what? I'm like, give me, give code.
Anyway,
I did that yesterday and freaked some poor person.
Hitchhiker, enjoy your retweets of ab girls. Mm-hmm. They're coming your way. I think that it is kind of magic and insane anytime somebody cracks open a game and puts it back together with new shit that like functionally works. And
I was looking at in particular, the technical button is probably the craziest part of it.
Oh, so there's a game called there's a game we played on Fisticuffs a while ago, and I replayed it again, called Slap City. It's a Smash clone. Do you remember it? It had a like businessman that was just like a worm noodle guy that yelled out like stocks and stonks and like fake words and shit like that. Mm-hmm. And it had the Queen of Explosions and a bunch of other interesting little wacky characters, right? It's a Smash clone, but it's really tight and it feels good. And I bring it up because it has one of my favorite features in anything called the clutch button. And the clutch button is a context-specific modifier for whatever you're doing. Okay. So if you're doing the Queen of Explosions, if you're doing her Warlock punch, which is like a sliding massive explosion punch, while you're sliding forward, you tap the clutch button and she reverses directions. It's a modifier to all actions that you can use at all times. Super awesome. So I love a technical button.
If you love people taking games apart and putting them back together, I am shocked you have not played Skyrim or New Vegas, because those games are baffling in that their definitive states are like homunculus versions of their original forms.
Well, I also happen to like clean faces, Pat.
You do? Okay. Well, you can get that.
Yeah, no, those are games.
You know what people don't give enough credit to? One of the first mods that ever comes out in any game that needs it is clean teeth.
Oh my god.
So if one of the very first mods that came out for the original Dragon Age, because in Dragon Age they all have like somewhat realistic looking for a medieval era, slightly yellower teeth, and people were like, "No, fuck that! Pearly whites!"
Now, I don't know if, like, how do I put this? The types of mods you're describing for Fallout and Skyrim are ways to change the single player experience.
Not necessarily.
The types of mods that blow my mind, well, elaborate on that in a second, but the type of mods that get my attention are shit like the Dark Souls one you described, where it is a whole new crazy thing, and shit like this, where it's like, there's fucking PvP and new characters.
Mm-hmm. The distinction between that is a little more blurry than I think you are aware of.
Appreciate.
Because, like, the one that always comes to mind for me is Project Nevada, which, from a gameplay perspective, functionally changes it into a different type of game. Not out of being an RPG, but it changes it into a different genre of RPG.
Okay. I like Zerg Soccer, Dota, and Counter-Strike style. We're using
I'm using the bones of this horse to make a soccer net.
Fuck off! I made something else entirely. Yeah, that shit's crazy. I love that. So, who knows? I mean, right now there's PvP. Maybe there might be like a fucking stage expansion where you can have different arenas. I don't know. I have to take a look, but like that, like seeing that, or talking to the guy behind Slippy, the Fizzy, the guy who made rollback for Melee, and it implemented it into the game itself through menus and everything with
that's
a rank.
Crazy.
That's what I
crazy.
Really, really have mad respect for that. So anyway, Devil May Cry Strive.
Oh, there he is.
Versus Ive. Check it out.
Wait until you see my shit for Virgil. That is fascinating.
Beowulf?
So
is that even possible? No, you would have to.
Let's think for a second, because I can't think of this ever occurring. Let's imagine. Now, this is an imagination, everyone. A scenario in which there was a new version of Devil May Cry that came out that had an extra character in it, right? Use your imagination. It's crazy. And that was one version of that character. Now let's imagine that this mod maker person, also made a different version of that character themselves as a mod. And which of these would be preferable to the person, the average person? What if the mod one was more enjoyable? Would that not be super fucked up?
That'd be crazy. I will say this though.
Nuts. Imagination.
Hand to hand as a part of the toolkit really does bring it all together. And I think it's important, in addition to Force Edge and Yamato, that he have that. Can't go like Darkslayer is nice, but you need all three. If
you guys want real imagination, I'll repeat something I said on my stream 2 weeks ago, or last week, or whatever. So you know how the Fate people always want us to play Fate games?
Mm-hmm.
I said something on my stream the other day, but I'd like to get it broadcast out there as big as I can, because it needs to be clarified. There is a Fate game that I think is real in development, that if it came out and is real, I would totally play that Fate game and probably learn about Fate. But it's not announced, and it might not be real.
And which one's that?
So this is the most infuriating part. Because I said that, and everyone went, this one? I'm like, no, dumbass. It's a secret one that hasn't been announced yet.
Okay. Well.
So if my secret Fate game comes out that is probably real, I would totally play that. But until then, suck it.
Fate Unlimited Codes 2.
I don't know what codes.
AKA.
Then why even talk about it? Because it's fun to do.
AKA fucked.
Is that... wait. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, fine.
So, moving on. We got some updates. Turns out, even though the case continues, the judge in Epic Games versus Apple has decided to grant relief. Rather, Epic Games is not granted relief to get Fortnite back on the App Store. But
no, you can't just jam it back on there.
Because you decided to break the terms of agreement deliberately. However...
Clearly, also very deliberately, like obviously deliberately.
They rendered trailers to celebrate it.
Yeah.
But she is ordering Apple to not block development and distribution of Unreal Engine on the App Store.
Because that affects way more people than just Epic.
That's exactly. So the Piss Baby Kaiju fight can fuck up people that are just using the engine for their own games, and obviously that's bad. So the judge then steps in to stop that from happening.
This Piss Baby Kaiju fight is escalating big time, and it is the funniest thing in the fucking world. It is so fucking hilarious. Like, it has become so obvious that, like, Epic did this on purpose. It's so, like, oh my god.
Well, the literal quote the judge says is, "The current predicament appears to be of Epic's own making, as they strategically chose to breach agreements with Apple."
Yeah. It's like no one's falling for it.
So
right. Also, the funniest thing that happened last week was Apple just put out a bunch of emails they had with Tim Sweeney, like begging them for special treatment. Tim Sweeney's like, "Come on, God, please let us do. Come on, store." And Apple was like,
Microsoft jumped
we don't
in
want to
with the striker assist.
And Microsoft was like, "Yeah, Apple smells."
Please try Edge. It's good now.
That fucking, oh my god. Trying to move, like, reinstalling shit on a PC and as you so succinctly put it, Edge going, "Man, I'll suck your dick. Come on.
Give it a chance. Come on.
Holy
Give it a
shit.
chance."
It's fucking so embarrassing.
Yeah. There's
Tim
another
Sweeney looking at the big apple in the sky. Come on, guys.
That's another
I
boomer
don't
ass,
want to do it. I'm
boomer
gonna do
ass
it,
reference
though.
because it's like, oh, wow, don't be a menace reference. And it's like, no, menace to society. The place that the scene came from. Yeah, I await the results of this kaiju battle, but for now, the judge seems to have a pretty good grasp of what's going on.
I felt like a real, like, sense of like everyone involved in this. So I believe, like, okay, how do I put this? Apple is bad to run a monopoly on their OS, and they probably should get that 30% thing. And same thing with Android, and that's probably good for everybody, right? They're scum horrible. Fortnite, God. Epic is just attempting to just be monopoly men for 10 cent and they're all just laughably evil hypocrites. And Microsoft is the worst. And I hope everything goes terrible I hope they all lose. I hope somehow.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Everyone involved in this situation loses.
That will not happen.
And at least one of them gets eaten by a bear.
They're not physical things.
Someone that works there could get eaten by a bear.
Let me filter that a little bit. I hope that somehow through the fallout of the kaiju battle, I don't know, let's say like Devolver is powered up indirectly.
All right, let me be slightly more specific because maybe my thing was a little confusing. I hope Tim Sweeney and Tim Cook get trapped in a room together with a hungry bear.
Okay.
And they get too distracted arguing about their money to notice the bear, and then the bear eats them.
Did you know that if you only eat vegetables, you can survive a bear attacking you?
Oh, bear won't like you as much. You won't you won't.
Just switch your diet up, and then the bear is going to be like, "Oh, I'll leave you alone, I guess." Hey, yeah.
I want a bear
From
to eat
the
a man named
ashes.
Tim, I guess.
From the ashes, Stadia powers up. How about that? There you go. Stadia rises.
I think that Jim Sterling's tweet the other day, where he woke up at 7:44 a.m. and just tweeted the words Google Stadia, period, is legit one of the funniest tweets I've ever seen in my life. Because I saw it and I remembered that it existed, and I just fucking laughed and laughed.
Any updates on
fucking nothing.
Nothing, huh?
Nothing.
I mean, the Stadia Reddit was like, that was the place to be a couple weeks ago. Like, the true believers were all slowly losing hope. Faith was shaken. But I think that Stadia Works continues to be dead silent. And the funniest thing, I think, is the last tweet on the Stadia Works account from January 17th of this year is all the Stadia haters have been quieting down, I see.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible.
Hey, let me bump that. There we go.
Yeah, please. Please. Fucking
strong.
Stadia Works. Don't believe the haters.
And don't come at me with this Stadia fan bullshit. That's not the original account. That's a parody.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get going. Let's get going.
Okay.
You read about...
Like away from the Stadia?
Away from the Stadia and towards somewhere safe, like the sinking city.
Oh, cool. What's going on with them? Oh, they're fucked. What the hell?
Okay, so I don't know much about this Cthulhu game.
It's weird.
I
played it. It's super weird.
You could fill in some blanks here.
So I can fill in a blank. It is a Cthulhu flavored version of the Sherlock Holmes games. You know, like Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments and shit like that, and The Devil's Daughter. It's the Cthulhu version of that.
That's a cool crossover.
It sure is. And
I like
that
the
game
idea
is
of that protagonist in that setting.
Oh, it's not that protagonist. It's just, you know, it's totally unique everything but Cthulhu instead of Sherlock Holmes. It's jank as fuck. It is jank as fuck, but it's really interesting. Like it's one of those. It's like, oh, cool. cool. Oh, that sucks. Oh, cool. They announced this big statement about why the game's gotten pulled off Steam and whatnot, and it is fairly complicated. I don't understand.
I read it.
What is happening?
I read it and then reread it again, and I think I have a grasp here. Essentially, the letter they put out more or less describes the fact that the problem is that they could have simplified it by describing the company that they're currently litigating with as a publisher, but they did not use the word publisher, and that created some confusion. But it seems that Frogwares, the developers behind the Sinking City, were in a contract with BB Nacon.
Not Bacon.
BB Nacon were the publishers. They agreed to a deal for them to sell and commercialize the game on 4 platforms. That sounds like publishing to me. They didn't say the word, but that's what that sounds like, right? So they were going to handle the sale and commercialization of the game on consoles and Steam, and then later on the Epic Game Store. The intellectual property still belongs to Frogwares, and the deal they had was essentially to work with them, and then the BB Nacon would be receiving obviously money for what goes up on those ports, and then paying Frogwares from that. So they basically, at some point, it says that they stopped sending them money. They didn't pay their employees on time. They were more or less holding out funds from them, and they had to fight in many cases to get them to pay up what they owed. In some cases, payments were 40 days late. So prior to the game coming out, they had these struggles to begin with, which, always a great sign when you're in a deal with somebody who holds out money that they owe you. You know that things are going to fucking go swimmingly from there. And then they continued, because they were committed to their contract, to work on the game. And then they did. At some point, there was So there was an attempt to stop them from working on it, as BB Nacon hired a different studio and tried to bring them in, and then basically said, stop working on the Sinking City and send us your code, and that'll be the end of our deal. But Frogwares was like, we own this IP and we own this code. You only have the rights to sell and commercialize the game on 4 platforms. You do not get to own the game or our code. So they didn't do that. There was silence between the two companies, and then eventually Frogwares completed its contract and finished the game. Gave it to BB Nacon. BB Nacon put that out. And then after the game was released, they then filed to cancel the contract between them. And say
under
that there was
COVID laws in France.
But the game was already completed, which means that's...
And successful, which meant the COVID laws apparently wouldn't apply.
So BB Nacon's attempt to do that was bullshit. So Frogwares at this point goes, what the fuck are you doing? And attempts to, again, get into a negotiation. They do not attempt to, I think the wording was like, mend the breach, according to the contract. And then they stop paying them altogether. So Frogwares is no longer receiving any money for the game they made. And the publisher is basically ignoring all communication at that point. So now they're basically... So now Frogwares is saying, well, we have no choice but to legally pursue action. And we're taking the game down from the stores because as it stands, the game is making money that is being held from us. And the publisher is refusing to give us the money we are owed for making the game. So we're taking the game down until we can figure this out. But we do have it for sale on our site directly with a DRM free version. So for anyone that currently bought The Sinking City, whatever, it's there, they have it. But anyone that's trying to buy it now,
I just checked. I still have it on my
You still have it if you bought it. That money went to the publisher and is being kept from the developer. And the version that you can now buy, as it's been removed from the stores, is the DRM-free version from Frogware's website directly. But legally, they have to dispute and figure out what's going on with all the sales up until now because the publisher owes Frogwares a lot of money. That's what I understand.
It's a fucking mess.
Sounds like a greedy asshole runs the publisher company and is one of those like,
I've never heard that story before.
I'm good for it, I swear.
And they work with a fucking developer in the Ukraine, and they go, fuck these former Soviet bloc idiots. We can push around anybody in the Ukraine, as publishers like to do.
You can imagine the type, right? When again, pre-release, late payments, chasing down someone to pay you, and then you get that little like, hey man, where's the money that you're supposed to send? And it's like, no, I'll get right on that. Okay, cool. And then like, sometime later, hey, I never got that money you were supposed to give me. And it's like, oh shit, right, yeah, okay, no problem. It's I sent it right now. It's right, it's on its way. And it's like, wait, but you said you sent it already. What the fuck? What is that?
Mm-hmm.
You know the types, and oftentimes they are in charge of making big decisions. And
every time
they got to that seat based on that attitude.
Every time I've ever forgotten to give somebody a check or something like that, and they bring it up, I'm mortified. It's the worst feeling in the world. It's
not great.
And then I always do it within like 5 minutes, and then I always just usually if just like here's extra. I feel so bad. But the moment that you go, oh yeah, I sent it, and that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking scum.
You definitely like, man, I used to work a place where the regular day-to-day was get your paycheck on paycheck day. And before you even open it, walk to the paycheck complaints line to complain about the hours that are missing from your paycheck. Like, don't even check. Like, just get it, and that line is huge. You need to get there so that you'll be able to get out because it's past 5 o'clock. Walk to the line, open up your check while you're in line, and sure enough, lo and behold, you've cut hours off of my check that I did work. You fucking scumbags.
Every single week, it's one of those things where when I worked at the grocery store, originally we did not have a punch card, right? And without the punch card, every single motherfucking week, it would be, hey, I stayed an extra hour because you asked me, and that's not on here. And they go, oh, our mistake is because it wasn't on the schedule, right? And then eventually, the new owner comes in and goes, we're gonna have fucking punch cards because people are taking. I think that guy took a 20-minute break instead of a 15, and that's wasting us money. And this backfired horribly. Like horrible, because at the end of the week you just grab your card and your paycheck and walk up and go, you fucked this up. Look,
Yep,
it's fucked up. I finished 20 minutes late every day this week.
It proves that you get extra money, not less. for the job. Yeah, I think I talked about the extremely brief experiment with timers on your workstation when you lock it to go to the bathroom, and just a little clock that starts as soon as you lock it, just so that the big number is there and everyone can see it, just to panic you and shame you and show how long you've been taking a shit for, you know? And yeah, that fucking went away right quick. You're just adding stress to everyone's fucking head for nothing.
We were supposed to get a 15-minute break because it's mandated, but I would always, like, literally almost every single day have to stay an extra 10 minutes because to close up or whatever. And so I just started taking 20 minutes on every break. And then I got called in, and I'm like, yeah, well, I'm staying longer than I'm scheduled because you screw up the thing. Schedule me to 10:15. No? Okay. I worked exactly 8 hours. What's the problem? And that just happened over and over and over and over.
Hey, you know what?
Eventually they just got tired of it.
It's time to pick up smoking because smokers get more breaks than non-smokers.
They sure do.
Literally start smoking so that you have an excuse to go outside, perhaps even with the boss, and get more time to chill than people who don't fucking smoke. Like, that is real. Super real. And it's fucked up, but that's just the way it goes.
I think my favorite ever was after like 6 years of this garbage, right? And I think I've told the story before about like how like all the freezers would always break and leak everywhere, like all the time. And it's like, okay, it's 9:55 p.m. All right, what's going on? Here's what's going on. Every freezer in the fucking building breaks. Okay. Boss runs up to me. It's at now 9:56. Pat, oh God, all the freezers are broken. You're still here, right? I'm going, yeah, till 10. They go, well, you got to stay. We got to save this meat. I'm like, I don't care. What the fuck do I give a shit? Like, well, we'll pay you. I'm like, yeah, you would have to. Are you going to pay me time and a half? No. Well, you have to stay. I'm telling you, you have to stay. I'm like, okay, all right. Let me go get my my shit in my locker, and then I'll whatever. And then they turned around to go to the freezers, and I walked right to my punch card and punched the fuck out and left.
Yeah.
And then the next time I went in, they're fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Boy, were they fucking pissed.
Yeah. How'd you play that?
You scheduled me till 10. Every single week, every single person that worked there on cash or otherwise said, you need to schedule me till 10:30 because we're here till 10:30. And we are arguing with you every single week. Every single week.
Ballsy to
over
assume
the extra minutes.
Ballsy to assume no recourse on that because, you know, not everybody has the liberty of like.
There was no recourse.
Because there's no legal recourse, but like people will make your life a living hell for just not being a team player and taking the hit, you know?
So that's the best part, is that there was no recourse at all because the grocery store union was actually super good. Okay. And every 3 months that you worked there, to get fired, you needed 3 written warnings followed by 2 meetings. And that would stack up. So since I had been there for 6 or 7 years, they would have to give me 29 weeks of written warnings and like 10 in-person meetings.
Okay.
To even discuss firing me.
So you had grocery store tenure.
I had grocery store tenure, and the deal with the people who worked there, who would be like I can't believe you're not a team player or whatever, is that when you run a place that badly, everyone hates it and everyone's like, yeah, fucking go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna like, it's this thing of like sneaking out of your job when your shift is over. that is like the absolute ultimate of how fucked it is.
Mm-hmm.
Of like, I finished half an hour ago.
Yeah.
The only reason that this whole situation worked is, one, there was a good union, and two, in Quebec at least, once you punch, if you work, it's illegal. Like every minute on the off the clock is big illegal, and people will get very mad.
Well, unfortunately, standing in line to wait for your correction on your paycheck for 45 minutes doesn't count as working. So
that's great.
Yeah. Have you ever had the adrenaline rush of a bounced check? There is nothing that fires up the synapses, that clears your sinuses, that wakes you the fuck up than a bounced paycheck. Boy, are you alert.
So, you know what, Willie? I've described this emotion before, and I'm glad that you're describing it now. It is the emotion. It is legitimately exciting. And it is, I'm going to get to have a big motherfucking fight in which I am 100% right. There's no way I can be wrong. I'm 100% in the clear. I get to throw a fucking adult tantrum for real, and no one can stop me.
My landlord has post-dated checks. How dare you push your bounce onto me and my living situation? You fucking ingrate. Like,
so I'll
bounce a check.
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better, and it's a somewhat combination of the two things we've been talking about. Grocery store used direct deposit. Didn't use checks.
Yes.
Which means you don't get a bounce check.
Right.
What you get is, I'm going to pay for something, and then your card's declined. Mm-hmm. Your debit card is declined.
Mm-hmm.
And you go,
that's impossible.
I worked X hours, blah, 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 blah. Today is Tuesday, or whatever the day was, that I should easily be able to pay for the sandwich. What the fuck is going on?
Mm-hmm.
It's like you don't even get the benefit of knowing that you're broke. you just find out that you're broke.
Yeah, someone just reminded me. I totally read this stat the other day. Wage theft is way more. Like the sum total of wage theft is massive by comparison to actual property theft.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, it is the largest form of it's the largest classification of theft.
It's way easier to just not give someone money than it is to take money away.
You know, and like, someone's stealing money from you, go stand in line and like file a complaint and hope that they decide to give it back to you.
You know who me and my coworkers hated more than anyone else at work? We hated them more than the bosses even. It was like the 2 or 3 guys who were just working there as a part-time job and didn't actually care about money at all. They were just doing it for their parents or whatever. And when they got bummed on their paychecks, they didn't bother to bring it up.
Because that made
those guys made it fucking financially feasible to stiff us on our fucking checks.
They made it okay.
They were the actual fucking worst. Like, congrats. I have to fight for my cash every single week because you're too lazy to go, hey, bitch, give me my money. Once. Awful. Ugh. I am probably owed like thousands and thousands of dollars in back pay that I never caught. And so are you, very likely.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you had the mental math of your owed extra check, like your owed makeup, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You have to then subtract that from the next check you are owed and do the math, because they're paying you what they fucking stole from you, plus what they're currently stealing from you. So you have to be on your shit to make sure they're not double stealing from you.
Yeah, and then there'd be dumbasses go, wow, I got a really big check this week. Yeah, because you got nothing last week.
Yeah.
They forgot to pay you entirely.
Well, anyway.
Say what you will about fucking Twitch. They fucking pay me on time.
It does. The trains do run on time. Here at Twitch. And
I got a goddamn message once from Twitch that says we screwed up the math. Here's extra money. It wasn't much.
I got that too.
Right? It was like a couple $100 or whatever, but it was like, oh, sick. Great.
Speaking of marks, have you seen... Hold on. Let me make sure I get this right. Talk about Wukong, you fucks! When are you gonna talk about Wukong?
Man, you know what? That's a great rallying cry to let you know that I have to use the washroom, so I'm gonna just leave.
I have masturbated 12 times to Wukong!
I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna be gone for 2-3 minutes. I have to pee. Enjoy your Wukong, everybody.
Okay, well, let's talk about Wukong. Have you guys seen the trailer for Wukong? Did you see the monkey? And then the guy that turns into the thing? And then he does the magic and he pulls the staff out? It was like Dark Souls, but it was really pretty. Wow! Trailer was pretty sick. There was a little bit of jank in a very specific way. It's like interesting because it's like this is a gorgeous trailer, and this is a beautiful no, whatever. Anyway, beautiful trailer for a game, and I feel like we're going to need to see, I guess, like kind of how the real thing shapes up when it comes down to gameplay. With that 13 minutes did give a feel, but it still felt like an extraordinarily scripted 13 minutes. And what was it? There was a sound effect of the character getting hit that sounded a little off. There was something about it. I don't remember if it was like it was like either like a blood splattering kind of noise or like the wolf hitting the rocks or the tiles on the ground. But it was just a little bit of a weird touch to it. But it's definitely doing. You're seeing some massive cues from like, hey, look, it's Bloodborne crawling on top of that roof and it's jumping at you. And the particle effects are high. And, and it beats up the guys, and it looks like a pretty cool Journey to the West story. So, we'll see. We'll see what's going on. China's working on, or Tencent, I should say, is working on this game. Black Myth, Wukong. What's the name of the studio here? Because, again, it's like the trailer, I don't know what it is, but it just, there's a level of polish I'm seeing that I'm like, there's some stuff in this trailer, Game Science, thank you. Ex-Tencent employees at Game Science. There's some stuff in this trailer where I'm like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think something else is going on here, you know? But it says this gameplay footage is directly recorded from a pre-alpha game build. Work in progress does not represent the final version of the game. That's, again, the fucking horseshit that you get in all of these trailers. Like, yeah, all right, sure. This insanely polished thing is pre-alpha. Those are some pre-alpha water reflections, some pre-alpha light refractions, pre-alpha foliage and greenery and shrubbery. Like, come the fuck on with this. Now, do you think? I don't think, like, it does go into gameplay, so I don't think we're looking at a rendered, like, purely rendered video. Like, the gameplay looks like gameplay is happening. But I need to see a little bit more. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how much of this is actually real. And by real I mean, like, this is a vertical slice for sure. It's very likely that, like, this is what exists of it. But providing if this is not a lie, then it looks cool. And if it is a lie, then we were lied to. You know? That's all I can really say.
Hey, I'm back. Who lied to you about what?
Wukong. Black Myth.
Oh, I thought I had missed it.
Fucking talk about Wukong! Have you seen retweet?
I don't.
Wukong! Yeah.
I don't care, and you can't make me care.
It's a Souls-like game involving the Journey to the West mythos, Son Goku, and a staff. And he does a lot of transformations. And it's 13 minutes of gameplay, but it might be a lie.
Yeah, it's possible. It's always possible.
Did you see it at all? Do you know what I'm talking about at all?
Yeah, I saw it a little. Look cool, I guess.
Okay.
I hate Journey to the West. Like, I hate it.
I've seen bad renditions of it, and I've seen really cool ones.
I played Enslaved to completion.
So I never touched Enslaved. That's probably a bad one.
Oh, really?
There's a comic series called Zin that was fucking awesome. Super good version of Journey to the West. Sansan is a cool character from Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
I'll agree with that. I think I could care for a Goku.
Yep. There was a ridiculously high budget movie that came to Fantasia that was, like, so silly, but whatever. It was just shiny lights and flashing fucking lasers as they had their own thing, and, you know, it was bad, but, like, some of the action was cool. Yeah. There's some, I don't know. There's little things where you're like, jank is not the right word for it, but it's like you have access to the tools to make this really pretty world and character and stuff, but there's a little bit of like something's a little bit off. You know, it's hard to put your finger on what. So, someone says this video was made for recruitment purposes. The devs even talked about the shortcomings they had with the current build. So have some faith. Someone else says this is a lie. It is not real. Do not trust it.
Good, nice combination there of emotions.
Take it. So there you go. We'll see. I hope it's real, because if it is, like, that's a pretty new game.
That would be cool.
He does all these Goku powers, like creating copies.
Oh, wow. I think it would be really cool for Wukong the Monkey King to do a Goku, because I think Goku's much cooler than Wukong. That's what I think, and that I think Wukong could learn a 2 or 1 thing from Goku, because Goku came first.
Probably the coolest version of Journey to the West that I can think of is a giant ass tome.
You're looking for a book here?
I'm pulling it up. Yeah, here we go. Terada Katsuya, a really cool artist. He had a series called Rakuga King, and he did his own Journey to the West comic, and he does this amazing, gorgeous fucking art, and like that's some of the hottest shit ever. It's like it's tech plus tradition, and anyway, there's some cool versions out there. That's all I'm trying to say.
The best thing Goku ever did was cut his tail off and stop being a monkey.
Hey, where did this whole next bit thing come from?
God!
Who the fuck are these people?
So that was
yelling about next bit.
That was my stream for sure, and I was going for an absolute dumbass fucking joke. I think it was a bunch of puns. And somebody in the chat just started screaming in all caps "next bit." And I was like, you know what? That is what is happening, isn't it? That is what is actually always happening. Is like you're doing a goof, you're doing a joke, you're doing a gab,
okay,
and it's fucking bombing,
okay.
And you're like, fuck it. And so as such, when I have started to have my bad opinions or my make fun of the people for fun in my own penile amusement, people start to yell at me to do the next bit.
Okay. I appreciate the context because
I assume that is spreading outwards.
When I see it, not on Woolly Versus, mainly here, but when I see it, not knowing that context, I am inclined to fucking sit on the bit because that is some audacious shit.
Exactly. That's the
yourself.
best part. Like
I have never felt a more holy shit. Go fuck yourself. I see that.
I changed my name to Pat Stares at Ways to Kill Superman, and I've been thinking about ways to kill Superman for a couple days. And every now and then somebody will be like, next bit. And every time that happens, a new dumb Superman tweet happens.
Yeah.
Like 100% of the time. What if we bake Superman into a giant pie?
You have to understand the unironic use of that. Without the context you just described, especially, is like nothing will compel me more to sit on the bit until you go away.
Yeah,
and then once you're gone, we'll move on to the next bit. Yeah. That is some spite power.
So, a really good example, right? As I have a puppy over there, he's sleeping, he's snoring, his tongue is out, he's blepping. Is when you have a puppy, and if you just kind of pull on their leash or whatever, sometimes the puppy is going to go, no, I don't want to, because force meets resistance. Pull equals brace. So when somebody tells me not to talk about my puppy, I engage in a series of events in which not only will I engage with the puppy's fluids will attack my body.
There you go.
In full view of all of you.
Yeah.
And then at some point, I will interrupt the stream of consciousness to tell everyone that he has an adorable puppy mushmouth, and I give him kisses, and I love him. There's no way to make somebody want to do something more than to just tell them to stop doing it out of nowhere.
I do appreciate the context, and now I know that next bit is a joke, and it is never to be taken seriously. No one is saying it.
Ever.
Unless they're saying it ironically.
I have seen people
within good humor
be like... I have seen like go back to the old bit when the new bit is really bad. Previous bit. Previous bit is for real, I believe, because they're like, oh god.
Internet stream video game content people even have like bits? Like in the terms of they do in the way that we use it, but does anyone use the term bit in the way we use it? Like comedians speak.
I feel like, obviously, I'm going to speak for my own stream, and I can speak for Paige's stream a little bit, and obviously yours. There feels like in the Super Beast extended universe, so I'm going to include Plague as well, that where other content creators will go behind the curtain, I feel like there's never been a curtain. Ever.
Not really.
Right? Like, Plague will just be on his shit, and you'll be like, oh, man. He's doing that shit. Right? Or Paige will be crying because of some Fall Guys memory shenanigans or a windmill. And you'll be like, haha, good bit. And she'll have tears in her eyes, go, yeah, good bit.
Right.
totally a bit. Right? The curtain's gone. I don't think we ever even had one.
There was never a curtain. There was never a curtain,
Right.
nor there was a glass, except for the one that she walked through.
Oh, you caught up with that with
What?
the new glass?
New glass.
Oh,
no.
you're talking about the old glass?
Old glass. Yeah.
That happened again.
Oh
this week.
yeah, sick.
Yeah. Again, she came home with a big red mark on her forehead because she saw like a shiny purse. Just brained herself. Almost died. Might have had a concussion.
Good shit.
Yeah, that's good.
Listen,
New
Nintendo's
glass.
making a new Switch in 2021, and it's possibly going to be 4K.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Hardware upgrade.
It's gonna be called the new car smell Switch 3DS.
They might call it like Reswitch. You know. But apparently the point is to compete with the ever-growing market.
Yeah.
So when we get a PS5 and an Xbox Series X coming out, aka an XX, we're gonna need something new for the Nintendo shelf space.
Yeah.
So they're bringing out some sort of new SKU. I mean, it's 4K. That's cool. There's some other changes I could ask for.
I would. Here's what I want. I want a thing that can display in 4K, but no one bothers, and just get those frame rates up to 30 at least. God.
I will take an Ethernet port.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Just put the fucking port on the thing.
Or in the dock. Put it in the dock.
That's what I mean. In the dock. I mean in the dock. Please put it in the dock. I know there's an adapter. I'm not talking about the adapter. There's only 2 slots. You need them. I'm talking about
So it's
the
gonna
fucking
be
dock.
called. I just saw somebody nail it. It's going to be called the new Switch.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be the new Switch.
The new Switch.
And then the one after that will be called the new Switch again. We joke, but video game console names have become more terrible than we ever imagined.
What's the last good one?
PlayStation 5. Because it has no confusion.
I guess. I always felt
Well, you know what?
I never liked PlayStation as a name. We just got used to it. But I've never really liked it. I always felt like it sounds like a club. PlayStation sounds like a strip club.
Yeah,
like,
totally. But
I've
guess
never enjoyed that particularly.
my quality level for console names is whether or not you know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I think I liked Dreamcast, but not when you find out that it was Project Dolphin, or that we also could have had Project Katana.
Project Katana. Yeah, that means Japanese sword.
So
Nintendo.
Nintendo.
Every single one of Microsoft's is the worst name that's ever been done.
Mm-hmm.
They're the
And
winners.
when you work on games using for the Wii, when the Wii came out with the dev kits, all the naming conventions of their documents and the discs were all literally using Revolution and RVL as their codes. So they had Revolution as the functioning thing, you know?
Still have those codes on the boxes.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Anyway, console names have definitely gone down. Wooly, there's nothing wrong with PlayStation. Just stop it, especially when you have Game Boy. So just stop it. No, I think we can.
Game
do
Boy's
better than
way
that.
better than PlayStation.
I think we can do better than that. We've gotten used to PlayStation, but
Game
it's not.
Boy-
It's definitely not my favorite.
Game Boy's way better than PlayStation.
I say
'Cause you
Sega
could go to a Game Boy Hooters.
Sega's has the best library of names. Genesis,
Yeah, I'd agree.
Saturn, Dreamcast,
Even the Master System's a good name.
Nomad.
Yeah, it's good.
Great names. Those are good names. Yeah. Mega Drive.
Mega Drive is really good.
Yeah. Sega was definitely the strongest of all. With
Sega's the best. Sony is nice and average because it's literally the same thing every time.
Yep.
Microsoft is overall the worst by a massive margin,
and
but
Nintendo
with special
trips over
special
its own. Yeah.
Nintendo. It's that the new Nintendo 3DS XL as the actual worst title for any device ever.
Well, I don't think we had to think hard about, like, whenever it was revolving around the word Nintendo, because it's like, yeah, it's the name of the company, so whatever.
Yeah.
It's an NES. It's a Super NES. It's a 64. Like, all of that was just like, you don't think too hard about it. It's the brand. The company is the brand, you know?
Yeah.
My
mother still, to this day, asks me if I am enjoying the new Nintendo.
The new Nintendo. It worked, man. It worked. Oh, and the one time PlayStation swerved away, they went with Life. So there's that. You know. Yeah. Kudos Sega. Anyway, that's going on next year. Dragon's Dogma anime trailer. Some 3D stuff.
I was pretty impressed by the voice acting because it seems like if they didn't get the actual voice actors, they got a bunch of sound-alikes.
Oh,
like Grigori the Dragon sounds dead on.
These are characters from the game?
Yes.
I thought you create a character and a pawn.
You do.
But are these, like, plot people?
I mean, Grigori's going to be Grigori. The dragon's going to be the dragon.
Are these NPCs in the game that are not the player character?
No. But, I mean, there were a lot of miscellaneous characters here or there.
Are these just the canonical looks for the player characters?
The main guy looks like the generic guy on the box art for Dragon's Dogma. And his wife looks like your cousin, which is really kind of weird. Don't worry about that too much.
Sure. I see a dragon, it's burning things, and it looks like a dragon.
Dragon's Dogma is really cool. I hope this thing is also really cool. It looks really 3D as shit, though, and
looks
bad.
Very 3D, very 3D. Better than Berserk 3D.
Much better.
Significantly better than Berserk 3D, but very 3D for sure.
It doesn't have the Wind is Pushing Me song.
And seeing the dragon flap its wings, I was like, okay, it's not stiff, you know, but yeah, we'll have to see, I suppose. Nothing in this trailer, though. I'll say this as someone who you told me about how good the game is.
It's incredible.
Nothing in this trailer really reaches past typical fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
So
in fact
gonna have to wait and see.
Hilariously old-fashioned classic fantasy.
That red dragon is literally the dragon on the back of every one of my old comics from Dungeon Siege.
So, you remember what you thought Dark Souls looked like?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Dragon's Dogma actually looks like.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is like, this is not just a griffin. That is the griffin. This is the griffinest griffin that has ever looked like a griffin.
Yeah, no, the red dragon, like when you see how straightforward they play it, it's clear that they're not really going to go for that much else that isn't traditional. But if the events occurring around these generic things is good, then that's good.
Like somebody really pointed out perfectly in the chat, which is like the dragon that you fight looks like the TSR logo.
Yeah, exactly. The dude, I'm telling you, man, those Dungeon Siege ads. Am I thinking of, is Dungeon Siege? Is it? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But there's a red dragon on the back of all these Marvel comics protecting the board game and the gold, and you're like, fuck it, hell, that's such a TSR logo, yeah. And what I will say is that I also watched Castlevania. And saw the trailer for that as someone who was outside of, you know, that sort of thing. And I feel like that the flavor there felt much more unique just on a teaser, you know? So
yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that.
This might
Dragon's Dogma has a lot of really, really, really cool shit, but a lot of that is in the playing. Itsuno-san's team's controls are not gonna fucking, cross the gap into anime.
Dungeons and Dragons ads. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, it was just straight up traditional Dungeons and Dragons ads on those comics. Right.
There's a couple little Easter eggs I'd like for them to put in there, but I'm definitely gonna watch it. I want every single scene in which takes place in Grand Soren, which is the big city. I want to have a fucking voice clip of that asshole going "Masterworks all, you can't go wrong" in the background per episode. I want it to confuse watchers and have them hate it.
That's a reference. Okay, I thought you were.
Oh, you've been seeing that and just didn't know?
I thought Masterworks all was saying you can't go wrong. Was saying that everything that we're talking about, Castlevania and Dragon's Dogma and all this, were all amazing. And
no, that's
you can't go wrong
the main merchant in Dragon's Dogma that you go to almost every time.
Okay.
Every single time you click on him, he says "Masterworks all, you can't go wrong." It is the most played sound file in the game by a massive magnitude. It is the Dragon's Dogma equivalent of "Get Out of Here, Stalker."
Okay.
Fuck, I love "Get Out of Here, Stalker."
But do you know your history?
I don't. Can Call of Duty help me know my history?
It can. Did you know that Don't Worry About It years ago, nothing happened here?
I did know that many years ago in this place, nothing happened at all.
Activision removes Tiananmen Square footage from Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War trailer. It lasted less than a second, but a brief snippet of Tiananmen Square footage was in the trailer for Call of Duty Black Ops. And the trailer was then banned in China, and Activision has replaced it with a new edited version worldwide.
This is the best because every single time one of these shooters comes out, there's the same interview with the director and the producer where they explain, Ubisoft's the worst at it, but Activision's pretty bad, in which they explain like, man, we're just asking questions. It's not about politics at all, man. This is a Call of Duty Cold War. It is about a decades-long struggle of a war that was only fought politically. And then the fucking tagline of the game is "Know your history or be doomed to repeat it." And then they, without a shred of irony, just start snipping out historical footnotes. Like, at the instant anyone complains.
Not this history, though. This history got a little too hot. Know your other history.
It is the most coward bitch fuck loser, like, ride the line of what people will not complain about fucking look of any game's message ever.
It is your entire leg in your mouth.
It's like...
Yeah. Now, of course, China's going to have a problem with this happening. And I remember there was they were coming up on the anniversary of it the other day, and there was a slight discussion about, like, is it possible there might be a slow acknowledgement in some way at some point? There's been a couple of things that indicate that there's a slight softening, and then absolutely not. Ba Sing Se is walled the fuck up. There's no
war about Sing Se. Why would you even mention it?
So yeah, this is This is a like the tagline and whatnot just makes this all the more rich and hilarious. But don't forget, please, that this is the sequel to the fucking Blitzchung shit from last year.
More specifically, this is a sequel to a Call of Duty game that was like explicitly like pro torture and pro extra legal murder of civilians, and also whitewashed a fucking American war atrocity and tried to pretend that it was the Russian army that did it.
CodBlopsColdWar?
Like the yeah. Last year they had a sequence call in their Call of Duty game called the Highway of Death, in which the Russians were bombing all sorts of civilian vehicles and stuff like that. And they're like, "Oh man, we got to stop the Russian army from causing the Highway of Death." Except the Highway of Death is a real thing that did happen, but it was the other side that did it, not the Russians. Oopsie doodle. It was just a coincidence.
Previous bit.
It was...
Go back to World War II. Everybody knows what happened there.
It was just a coincidence, guys. It was just a coincidence that we named it the same thing.
Back to Normandy. Back to Normandy. We all know D-Day. Nothing to figure out there. Get on the U-boat. Previous bit. Go back. Oh man,
dude,
wow.
It's fucking. It's the way that they have handled it. It's like, yeah, no, this is a game series that came up in a series of conflicts that were completely morally straightforward.
Unambiguous.
They were not ambiguous at all, right? Like Nazi bad, shoot Nazi bad, bang bang, right? Yeah. Easy. German Wehrmacht, they're gonna stop. They're stomping all over Russian homes and shit.
And as we get more contemporary, suddenly it gets a little less straightforward because we're not quite finished writing history.
Like they had in CodBlops 1, they had a Vietnam sequence, and fuck, do they like dance around that shit?
Mm-hmm.
They do like a resurrection of like a deer hunter scene. The Russian roulette shit, and then they have like the fucking napalm shit, but like the characters don't even barely fucking acknowledge that they're even in Vietnam.
Well, because
like it's fucking weird.
Is it weird that the more recent wars we go to, the harder it is to make video games around them because suddenly justifications get really thin.
That's why they all take place in weird fictional countries that are functionally identical to real countries, but it's different.
It's a different place. Like all modern wars are based on a lie, Pat.
What are you talking about? Modern wars. Back in the old days when you'd be hanging out with Alex and you'd be like, "Alex, what's up?" And he's like, "I want to take over them." And you're like, "Okay, Alex, let's do it."
Back
in the good old days. At least you could be like, "Well, I mean, we invaded you because Alex told us to, and he's really ugly but super cool." You hear about that? Alexander the Great was apparently like one of the most ferociously ugly men in history.
No, I didn't.
That's why his statues are always so beautiful.
Wow. That's why Diogenes didn't give a fuck. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just going to be smart and homeless. Get out of my face, Uggo.
You're standing in my light, bitch. Yeah. Saw a comic depiction of a moment the other day where it's like, oh, a boy was throwing stones at a bunch of men in the marketplace one day, and everyone kind of knew that this boy was the son of a prostitute in the area. And Diogenes comes up to him and puts his hand on the boy's shoulder and says, "But wait, child, you should stop throwing stones. You might hit your father."
Why Diogenes got a sick burn, that child?
Because that child fucking deserved it. That kid
what the hell?
The kid basted himself, and Diogenes just roasted the pre-basted child. You gotta understand.
That's terrible. Why would you do that, Diogenes? It's so horrible.
Bathtub life is too real, man.
That's like the climax of like the fucking university arc in Monster. Do you remember that?
The like
where
the
he
middle?
sends the kid down the street to the docks.
Right. Like just, dude. Bathtub life is too real, you know. Anyway, so yeah, that's a fucking weird ass embarrassing one, and it's almost like annualizing a giant franchise where you have to pick conflicts is going to be a harder and harder thing because the conflicts you're going to pick are going to increasingly become more and more bullshit.
Like, you remember when Battlefield just said fuck it and started making completely made up wars, and then was like, World War I was bad, right, guys?
Remember the fight when remember the U.S. invasion of Aristotska? just what are we gonna do here? Yeah. I mean, look, it's either
Ace Combat is the most real depiction of war in video games.
It's either that or, like, you know, Call of Duty, Remember the Abu Ghraib, where you're fighting for the noble cause, you know? The Battle of Guantanamo.
You mean when the Marines went and saved all those people from Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib?
They saved them.
Saved them.
You know,
thanks, Call of Duty.
The game is actually rather inexpensive by comparison, budget-wise, because all the enemy soldiers have a pretty similar look. Naked bodies with a bag on the face. You only got to make one of those.
I got no follow-up to that shit.
I do.
Next bit. What, you do?
Next bit. Remember 2 Days in Fallujah? Remember that game? Remember how that never fucking came out?
I do remember that.
Yeah, and they're like, yo, new game coming out. Check it out. 2 days or 48 hours in Fallujah or whatever the fuck it was called.
Was it 7 days? Whatever.
7 days,
I remember
whatever.
That got announced within like a week of that battle, and everyone that fought in it was like, what the hell?
So they announced the game. They announced the game, 7 days in Fallujah, and then my fucking cousin who was in Fallujah is like, what the fuck are you doing? And then the game didn't come out.
Yeah. Because it was like...
Oops. Next bit.
Next bit? Okay. I don't think there's anything more cowardly than making a war game and having the balls to stand in front of somebody and go, oh, it's just asking questions, man. No, wait. I can think of something more cowardly. Making a game that asks, what if black people were robots? And then going, I'm just asking questions, man.
Hey. You know, that actually... I got in... There was a donation that came in the other day where someone asked, if you had to break David Cage characters into classes of a David Cage MMO, what would they be? And I'm like, that's way too good of a question to use right here where I'm on the spot and I can't think of it. That's definitely more podcasts. So we're getting into the questions now. But right off the bat, my first class is Marcus.
Oh, yeah.
Marcus is a job class in Cage World MMO. Mm-hmm. Fat Evil is absolutely a class.
It's the rogue, yeah. It sneaks up behind you with its fat evil. The noble homeless.
Noble Hobo.
No, yeah, that's right. It was
Noble
Hobo.
Noble Hobo is definitely a class.
Yeah, Noble Hobo. Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. And it also comes with a innocent child secondary, you know. So there's definitely that. Fake child, Noble Hobo, shower girl in her big apartment.
Oh, see, I thought what you were gonna say was unfortunately if you pick a guy in the David Cage RPG, you can choose from a bunch of classes, but if you pick a female character, you can only play as the rape magnet class.
Well, there is that, but no, there's two. There's that class.
There's that? Okay.
There's that class, and there's I'm standing at your child's grave, but I want you to put a baby in me.
Okay.
Class. I am here to breed your next generation.
You know what? You know what's a fun thing about doing a live podcast?
Mm-hmm.
I prepped my brain for that statement, and then as I said it, my stomach dropped through my ass.
That's correct.
Like, just I'm gonna do it. I think this is a poignant bit. Did it?
I guess
Sucks.
it is the same class. That's true.
Yeah. You unlock the baby crazy modifier at level 20.
Yeah, sure.
Don't forget Evil. Lost Hollywood actor.
Fat Evil, Noble Hobo, Marcus.
Just Marcus.
Just Marcus. And he's got an AoE called Hang It Up that just plays the music when you're standing around him. And it forces all conflicts to be resolved with a basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
He can only speak in dialogue clips from civil rights leaders.
It's the only way to talk. Oh, somebody in the chat said White Savior. That's good.
White Savior is pretty good. White Savior is pretty good.
That's a subclass. You pick that as your subclass.
So definitely, you could have Amnesiac main guy. You can go you can branch off into White Savior. I definitely think there should be a class for depressed actor. Depressed mocap actor.
Oh,
depressed mocap actor is absolutely a class with the face dots and everything.
Mm-hmm. That's good. I like that.
So
what we've discovered in this discussion, there's a lot of hack shit out there, and this is a nice follow up to last week when me and you were laughing ourselves stupid over at the Animal Farm. There's a lot of hack shit out there. There are hack books, there are hack movies, there's hack music. I can't think of a medium that can go as maximum hack garbage shit as video games. Like just the most embarrassing shit.
There's a lot of bad movies out there.
I know there's a lot of bad movies. You're right. Movies are the ones that are.
Okay. No, hold on. I can fight that. that. Yeah. Magazines.
Oh, magazines.
Magazines are 97% hack.
Oh, you're right. Magazines are the worst.
As a medium, there's nothing there.
You're
what
right.
What was there is now dead.
Thank you, Orphan. Podcasts can be pretty hacky. That's pretty good.
There used to be good magazines.
Oh my god! I thought you were gonna fucking say there used to be good podcasts.
No. There used to be good magazines. Once upon a time, there were things like Edge and Electronic Gaming Monthly.
EGM was pretty great.
I
like EGM.
Retro Gamer Collection. But nowadays tabloids rule, and the medium is pretty much completely given way to basically what was it? Fuck Meghan Markle everybody loves Middleton type, shit.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about? All that stuff where it's like, oh, this princess is the worst when she does it, but this other one is the best. And we talked about it a couple weeks ago, where basically both royal family wives do the exact same shit, but in one case the tabloids are like, how fucking dare she, the audacity, and in the other case it was like,
Wooly.
yeah?
I'm going to ask, for the sake of the podcast listeners, that you do not get me riled up talking about the royal family.
Okay.
Jesus.
Because I'm percolating.
Well, it doesn't matter where that conversation goes. There's only one place that it ends. And that's
I can
going out for pizza.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The unusual event of going out for pizza. So the conversation only has one direction to go no matter what happens.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. If you have a decent question, Willie might pick it out. Or, comment. We do comments too sometimes. You got an email?
Buckingham. More like...
Nope. Not even going to touch it. Not even going to touch it. I'm not a big fan of the British royal family. Some people may know this already.
Well, I was pretty indifferent either way. I found it to be a hilarious, antiquated tradition, but at the end of the day, they are our royal family after all, as subjects of the crown. But I can say that I did not expect the third act plot twist that is protecting child abusers and pedophiles. I didn't expect the final twist to kind of swing that way. Didn't see it coming.
You should have.
Because that's a fun little extra to put on the stat sheet. Are you sweating?
A little.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I have a condition.
Visibly red.
I can't sweat. I have a condition that stops me from sweating.
Wait, really?
You see? Yeah. Ever since the Falkland Wars, I haven't sweat.
That is the shittiest. That is the actual lamest carry. What the hell?
So that couldn't be me. Not a single drop of perspiration. I regret that our discussion of the royal family involves touching on some subjects that are unbecoming. We got one coming in from Thiago. Thiago says, recently I've been catching up on the podcasts, and I had to inform you guys of a forbidden fact. It's about American cheese. It was actually invented by a Canadian, and it was named as such in an attempt to sell it to America. Great hustle overall. In the same vein, there's a discussion about Trails of Cold Steel 3 that where they said it was a good starting point for the series from publisher NIS America. This was done because prior to the third release, they stole the rights to publish Falcon's game in the West from Xseed, which caused a lot of issues relating to microtransactions and the disaster that was Ys 8. So, the prior games in the Trails series, still published by Xseed, so this was basically them trying to get people to buy their product instead of going to get the better experience that gives money to a competitor.
I'll be honest, I barely heard that. I'm trapped in my own mindscape.
Is that mindscape called Little St. James?
No. I was just thinking about, for all, hey, you know what? It's fun to make fun of Americans, mainly because it's easy. But but the Revolutionary War was lit, guys. Good job.
Hey, man.
I can't even look at your camera feed right now. I have moved the camera feed off my screen because I can't deal with your fucking smug ass shit.
For the first time ever in our lives, at the very least, a couple people in the royal family are like, hey, you know what'd be fucking sick? Let's stop being members of the royal family. And everyone's like, word? And they're like, yeah, we're out.
And then they're like, wait, this sucks. And I'm like, good.
What are you talking about? They're like, nah, we're going to do charity shit. But let's distance ourselves from the Buckingham. You know.
No, they were complaining about some shit.
Okay, well,
a little while ago.
I'm reading between the lines of them trying to get themselves away from some unbecoming behavior. You know. All right. Well, anyway. American cheese was made by a Canadian.
A lot of American things are made by Canadians, like basketball and Jim Carrey.
Never forget, we cut the hole in the bottom of that peach basket. It was a moment of our heritage.
Yeah.
The medium is the message. Jay says, dear catchphrases and mental illness. Bam.
Oh, come on.
I was a massive Pokemon mark for most of my life. It's a dead horse now, but I ducked out of Sword and Shield for obvious reasons, and I get pretty bummed when I think about it. What are franchises that are technically still alive and well, but are dead to you?
I'm sure there's Silent Hill pachinko machines still coming out. Nothing will top Shining Force. Shining Force has been dead for 20 times longer than it's been alive.
I come from the net.
Fuck. All right. Wait, how is it technically still alive?
I'm sorry, did you miss the Guardian code?
Oh, I did. That got bleached out of my brain. Thanks for...
We're done here. Reboot. We're done. Right. Correction. Hey, Wooly. Pat's wrong about the SMT HD Maniacs DLC. Wanted to drop a quick line because the Dante DLC being ridiculous, including the Maniacs Edition stuff, etc., is wrong on multiple levels, and it makes me sad when I see it online. Keep in mind, there were 3 versions of Nocturne. Maniacs Edition was the second, not final edition. Nocturne was 2K3, then Maniacs 2K4, Chronicles was 2K8. The difference between Maniacs and Chronicles was replacing Dante with Raido, and all other Maniacs Edition content is in the HD remaster since it's based on Chronicles. So Dante's DLC appears to exclusively be for putting Dante back in the game and paying Capcom, I I think, yeah, Wooly's guess was right on the money. It seems obvious that if it wasn't
$10 for just Dante,
Capcom wants its money.
That's ridiculous.
Seems really obvious that if it weren't for this DLC, Dante wouldn't be in the game. So
that's absolutely absurd.
And then fun fact, but spoilers in the fun fact. So thanks, Frank. I won't really tell people about the spoilers. Joe says, in the time that Game of Thrones' last book came out, we've had the following things.
Oh, these are always fun.
This is the sequel to Duke Nukem Forever. So we used to talk about Duke Nukem Forever, all the things that have started and ended, and then it went from Hollywood pop things into the wars.
Yeah.
Since the last Game of Thrones book, we've had 7 seasons of the show, plus the extra year they spent working on Season 8. The entirety of Dark Souls and all of its imitators.
Got it.
Captain America, The First Avenger, and 18 MCU movies.
Got it.
8 other books by Grimm.
I didn't know that.
The entire book series, The Expanse, publishing its 9th book and 5th season sometimes next year. Literally 1 billion people were born.
Cool.
The last Game of Thrones book also predates Skyrim, Drive, Prometheus, all of John Wick, Saints Row the Third, Hotline Miami, every Supergiant game, Faster Than Light, the term Walking Simulator, the third Ass Creed, and Far Cry games. They call him the mountain that never writes. Cheers from Joe.
Just write the book, you old man.
And last but not least, before we get out of here, dear Wooly, Pat and Pat's Petting Zoo.
Yeah, it's kind of getting to zoo-like out here.
In podcast 81, Wooly posed a question about whether people playing MMOs ever miss being a random guy in a big world. This question comes from Pat from Poland, actually. Big character, random guy in a big world. If their character is now written as a powerful big dick superhero. I thought I'd chime in since World of Warcraft, which you've talked about, has exactly that problem, at least according to a large part of its player base. When Pat mentioned WoW, it seemed that he talked about the context of old expansions where indeed you were a random adventurer whose job was to establish their identity gradually and have more of an impact on the world through your heroic deeds.
I stopped playing halfway through Lich King.
The newer expansions,
so that would explain that.
However, your character's been through so much already that they're one of the major movers and shakers of the WoW universe. A lot of older players really miss the feeling of awe they got from exploring the world for the first time as a grunt with no backstory. It had a charm to it.
You can't do that. You can't change that. If your story's gonna have you being a dude, you have to stay a dude. If your story's gonna portray your character as a guy, then your character has to stay a guy. They can't just go back to being a dude.
Too late.
That's stupid.
It had a certain charm to it. You don't feel like the path forward was set in stone and that you were part of some silly prophecy or overused plot armor. That said, the reason why the random scrub approach has worked is probably due to the story not being the main focus of the game back then. Over time, the above-mentioned sense of freedom was traded for a more linear but also significantly higher writing quality.
Did I say the most confusing thing in the world?
I get what you're trying to say. I get.
Yeah.
You're saying you don't change horses midstream.
Okay, let me try that again. Dude in my head is a generic nobody. A dude is just some random person. A guy is a person of note. So what I actually meant to say is, if you're going to start off as a generic nobody who is not a mover and shaker and is just a random person, like it used to be in almost all old MMOs, it then becomes bizarre for that person to become one of the larger movers and shakers and a personified or important person. Meanwhile, if your character starts off as a definitive or important person in a story, it then becomes super bizarre to downgrade them into a nobody or an unknown.
Yeah, dudes can't just become guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totes.
So one person points out, and this is the crux of it, all guys were dudes at one point, and no, that is not true. Like, I'll take FF14, for example. You are a dude in 14 for approximately 1 hour before you become the guy.
In this context, how do you feel about the modern open world games like Tsushima or Horizon? Do they ever give you that, oh wow, this is a living, breathing world and I get to do what I want thing? Or is it mostly a linear game with tons of fluff, albeit beautiful fluff?
I have never played one of those open world games and thought it was like a living world ever.
You play too many and you can definitely see the seams, unfortunately. That magic was lost a long time ago.
I think I felt that during Oblivion for maybe 2 hours.
So, for me,
because people were like going about their business kind of thing.
No, I want to say like testing Just Cause on the fucking Xbox was like one of these early ass like giant map. None of it's real. You see how the sausage is made immediately, you know. But to answer the question though, personally, I just don't like what I see too much of. So, too much of the big, strong, heroic, chosen one means I want more boring, regular people participating in a world that other people are a part of. But I know that that's not everybody, and I know that that doesn't sell copies, because what sells games is a power fantasy, and the fastest way to reach that power fantasy without too many contrivances is for you to be really special and really strong compared to everyone else in the set.
Now, there are a couple games that there's genres of games that don't do this, right? So like everything east of France doesn't do this.
Okay.
Like all the RPGs from Germany eastward have you be some fucking bro.
But by the end of the story, are you not the bro who did it?
You're usually you happened to be the bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Less than you were the chosen
fine.
Bro.
Exactly. That's fine, because you just happened, you fell into that role. Totally.
You were capable, maybe.
Although, what about Geralt? That's true.
Geralt is the uber bro.
But he's totally the guy. He's the ultimate guy.
In Geralt's fiction, he might as well be Superman. Like
that's the least nobody ever.
He is one of the most famous nobodies around, if that makes any sense. Like even in the Witcher book series, like he's bumping elbows with royalty and all that shit, and people are like, oh, is that Geralt guy?
But no, I think that
if
there were more games, where people were like not special, then people would just get bored and not buy them.
Yeah. Geralt is explicitly super special, but the way they get around it is that everyone is racism to him. And that sucks. It's sad.
How about when some random dude like becomes the guy that happened to make it, and then in the sequel it turns out that guy was more than just the dude. He was actually a fucking super duper dude.
That's the worst.
I kind of feel like, as an outsider, that's what Resident Evil is.
Oh.
I feel like Resident Evil is a story of some randos stuck in a setting, and as the sequels come out, they become superheroes.
So that's only because you didn't read the manual for Resident Evil 1. In Resident Evil 1, they describe the military background of Chris and Jill and Barry and all that, and it is that... Okay, Wooly, Resident Evil characters' capability background is the job experience equivalent of Siegfried's weight in Soul Calibur. In that it is nonsensical and makes no sense.
They were super soldiers from the jump.
Fucking Chris Redfield was a goddamn, like, fighter pilot at the age of, like, 15.
Interesting.
And yeah, fucking Leon is a rookie cop. That's fine. But it starts with Chris as player 1. Chris is the most ridiculous character ever. He started as like a G.I. Joe.
Okay. Interesting.
That's
no
why in
idea.
RE1 they're all wearing like military fatigues.
Yeah, but I just assumed they were just part of that squad. You know, they're part of STARS, whatever. Like, it's a unit.
Yeah. You know what STARS is, Wooly?
Special.
STARS is a fucking paramilitary super SWAT for terrorist attacks on a city of 100,000 people in the middle of the American Midwest.
Okay, but
it's the equivalent of the fucking gang of Predator fucking here to protect Boise, Idaho from international incidents.
Dingo is a member of fucking Six, right? And
what?
In Rainbow Six?
Okay, all right.
Your main guy?
Dingo?
Your main guy? Your main character?
Sure.
And like, he's part of an elite team, but like, he's kind of just a guy. He's you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't go on to, but it's a Tom Clancy, but like, I interpreted it as a similar situation where it's like they're a special team, but these are not fucking boulder punching superheroes, you know?
Wooly, in Resident Evil 1, Rebecca Chambers is 20 and she has like a medical PhD.
Wow. Okay.
Like, that series started with Freakazoid G.I. Joe superheroes.
Fair enough.
Like, RE2 toned it way down. Oh, she's 18. Sorry, she's 18. She has a PhD in medicine.
Okay. People are confused. I'm talking about Dingo Chavez, the Domingo Chavez, the main character.
Is that from Vegas, I think?
It's from the book.
Okay.
From the book Rainbow Six.
There's books about Tom Clancy games.
I'm talking about the main character of the book Rainbow Six.
What?
Domingo Chavez.
All right.
AKA Dingo. Or is it Ding? Ding. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
I gotta say that I want to give a fucking golf clap to Ubisoft for successfully getting me to ask that question legitimately. Like, when you said the book Rainbow Six, I did get confused for a second. Fucking good job, Ubisoft. Good job. You have successfully stolen Tom Clancy's life from him.
Basically. And you've replaced it with Hawks.
It's always the same one. We always think of Hawks. It's so bad.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everyone.